Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by the Sleepy Twin, who is just joining us.
Good evening, everyone.
She was getting some much-needed beauty sleep. Actually, not much-needed beauty sleep. She has plenty of beauty, but she has to have her beauty rest, though.
Yeah.
Definitely. So what's going on in the Twingenda today?
Well, this earlier today we were talking, and we weren't, this wasn't even planned as a topic of the show until later on today. But, I was noticing something really interesting about our reality ever since this reset that has occurred since we went to the pyramid in Egypt. And reality has changed. Like the very essence of what makes reality seems to have shifted over into something else. And it was such a profound idea that I think Chris and I decided, okay, well, let's talk about this on the show tonight, because this sounds exactly like what we've been kind of building up to with our show and with the way we've interacted with our listeners since we got back. So I think it's going to be really interesting.
I think so, too. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still trying to get a couple of things situated here to make sure that the broadcast is going out to everybody.
No problem. Yeah. So looking at your life right now, how many of you would say out there that there are things about your life that you wish you could change, or you wish things were different, or you wish you could handle things better, or you wish you had, you could manifest something different? Now, imagine a world where that actually happens, where it's almost like a Disney movie, whatever you wish will come true. Whatever you are thinking about, you are actually manifesting. So it happens in good and bad ways. Like in a bad way, if you're constantly thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get cancer. We've talked about this on the show before, like years and years ago, oh my God, I'm going to get cancer. And then of course you're going to get cancer. We manifest our own reality. But I think that doesn't just apply to the negative. Now that this reset button has been hit, it actually seems like it's starting to apply to the positive as well. Like, and not in a okay, well, whatever you're focused on, of course you're going to be happier if you're focused on things that make you happy and blah, blah, blah. What if it's a little bit deeper than that, where you can actually manifest reality and change reality to what you actually want it to be, and you're not bound by these rules of karma and attachment and all these things? Because I know for sure that growing up, I always felt like there was this constant guillotine hanging over my head about the choices you make. Okay, there's crime and punishment involved here. You steal that cookie, that's a sin. And what if we're not bound to that whole punishment sin complex anymore?
Well, then what happens when people run wild, though? So, yeah, let's talk about that on the other side. We'll be right back, right here on Beyond the Veil.
My dear traveler, the purpose of raw consciousness is never to destroy. It is always to create. Build bridges. Create happiness. And bring forth new life. We must live in the hope that mankind will draw together. And that we better understand each other. The more that we awaken, the easier this will become. Now rise. Follow your conductors. And fear no danger. As you step beyond the veil.
All right, the little twin went to go get me some coffee because I didn't get a chance to make some coffee before the show, so she'll be right back here in just a few moments. But I do want to say hello to everybody on TFR and iHeartRadio because it's been a little while since we've been on the air there. We've done a few Facebook and YouTube streams, and you can get those at youtube.com/BeyondTheVeil. And you can follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/Chris Geo Show. But it's been a while since we have been on TFR because we first of all gave the slot over to Brent because Brent is there every single weekend. He does Paranormal Portal. Awesome show that he puts together and great things that he does as well. So he's from 7 to 9 o'clock Pacific, and now we've taken the later slot because it just feels a little better. We've always done late night, and then we got switched many years ago. We were on GCN, and GCN decided to put us on at 4 o'clock Pacific time, and it was not good for the show. It completely killed the vibe and just took things in the wrong direction. So then we moved back to late nights, and now we're really, really late nights again, the time that I love. So much love to everybody on TFR, and we'll be uploading archives regularly and all that. But the show's only Saturdays from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock Pacific time. Anyways, back to the topic that we were talking about. And the topic, of course, was post reset. So just to bring everybody up to speed real quick, back in April, there was an event that reset the Matrix, and things are kind of winding back in the place of balance and the place that it should be. Some people in the chat room right now are saying that they're feeling things being much calmer right now after this reset event. And I feel it too. Like things are just, they're flowing. I was just talking to somebody on Facebook earlier, and I said, this is the first time that we've had peace in the world. Now, obviously, it's not peace in the world. There's still a lot of things going on, but we're not bombarded 24 hours a day by the mainstream media or alternative media telling us about how these people want to kill us and those people want to kill us and all of that. Now we've seemed to kind of turn our sights in on ourselves and start nitpicking all the different little freedoms and things like that that we have here. And it's You got to be careful when you're really gung-ho about something. You got to be careful because a lot of the manipulation is to try to get you to turn yourself on each other or on yourself and create situations to where there's polarized groups within society which are fighting each other. And so by both of them fighting each other, the powers that be, get to come in and start taking a little bit of freedom here, a little bit of freedom there, a little bit of freedom there to appease one group, to appease another, and they move everybody around like puppets. So we have to be really careful about that. But I'm kind of digressing from the point that I was making. Since this reset, things have been calm. John McCain died too. He's out of the game, at least in the capacity that he was in now. And I think we're going to start seeing politicians start to go, these corrupted oligarchy, one at a time. And, this usually isn't a political show, but this is where it's heading now. I mean, we reset the Matrix. We did all this energy work. Now we have to deal with what's going on in the physical. If we take that same mentality that we had before, that infected virus consciousness, and we try to bring it into the post-reset era, then we're just going to get the exact same thing. And unfortunately, this has happened more than once. I don't know how many times. I don't know if it's dozens or hundreds. Probably dozens. I don't think that, we're pretty stubborn. We're pretty stubborn up there in the real world and in the 13th dimension, but I don't think we're stubborn enough to try the same thing 100 times over. So let me just say it's been tried a dozen times before. And really, I really feel like this is going to be the last time. So moving forward, I think it's important to focus on removing the virus from our own consciousness, understanding the game that we're in, understanding how the game is being played, understanding that we still have some NPCs that are out of control. They will be out of control, but they're going to start to go more towards the point that they were supposed to be at and functioning in the way they're supposed to. And now it's really up to us as organic consciousness in the Matrix as to how we want to craft the future of this Matrix. And like I said, if we bring a virus infected consciousness into it, that's exactly what we're gonna get. And people are, I post some videos because there's some things that I'm really passionate about. Freedom is one of those things that I'm really passionate about. Now, I'm an anarchist in my heart, and anarchy comes from the Greek meaning without rulers, without the archons. Anarchy comes from without the archons. But I understand that we live in a society that people cannot govern themselves yet. But if we don't start talking about these ideologies, if we don't start talking about freedom, if we don't start leading by example about how we're interacting with each other and calling out some of the bullshit that we see, and also highlighting how people are being manipulated, how the masses are being manipulated, we're not going to see any change whatsoever. Now, I recently posted a video about Alex Jones, and he was flipping through his phone, and he showed on a live stream some transgendered porn. And the message, the underlying message behind all of this was freedom. It was, we have to be careful, because when we call for somebody else's freedom to be impeded on, or when we're ridiculing a certain group because they're expressing their freedom of speech, their freedom of expression, etc., it turns around and comes right back on us. And we saw it happen with Alex Jones. He's been banned from every single social media and all this, and he's been so concerned about what other people are doing, what other people are saying and all this, that he forgot that the preservation of freedom is one big layer here, and you have to preserve it all, because if you don't, then that's how the camel gets its nose under the door and starts this whole censorship that we're seeing on the internet. It's really bad. It's really, really, really bad. But we as organic consciousness can forge our reality however we want. But it's first we have to understand that we're being manipulated. We have to understand the different tactics and things like that are used. Social media. One thing that I've been using social media a lot over the last couple days. And there was a period of about 2 or 3 months that I didn't use social media, and I felt great. I was dealing with my own stuff internally, but I wasn't really upset in the sense that I was watching people interact so poorly with one another. I mean, that's, the bottom line is that people are interacting really, really bad with each other. And I noticed that when I get on social media, when I get on Facebook, when I get on places like that, my mind starts to change a little bit, because not only am I bombarded with all of this information I can just, put to the side, keep away from my consciousness and things like that, because I don't get emotionally charged over a news article. I don't get emotionally charged over something I read or something like that. What really gets to my emotion is when I see people interacting poorly with each other, when I see unnecessary hate from one side to another side. It's how the people, whether they're NPCs or organic consciousness, most of them are NPCs just running around, that it is what it is. But the way that they're hateful towards one another. I mean, I just saw a video the other day. What if the online trolls acted like that in real life? And it was funny because we were coming out of an ayahuasca experience, and we were talking about the singularity and how, people are becoming so desensitized because they're spending most of their lives on a computer that pretty soon there's not going to be a filter between the way they act online and the way they act in real life. I mean, I would imagine that the majority of people out there, and that's the majority, there are some exceptions. I've seen some videos, and it really makes me lose hope in humanity when I see these type of videos. But there's these people that don't have the filters on them, even in real life. But some of the people in real life, the majority of people, do have those filters. But when you have something like the anonymity of the internet, then you can really see what people are really like, because people are going to act the way that they really are when they're anonymous behind a screen. That's why whenever I post on Facebook, I post as Chris Geo. And sometimes I go back and I'm like, oh my God, I was being a dumbass then. But I don't do anything anonymous because I want to be who I am all the time. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, you want to be the same person all the time, of course.
I can see you wanting to get in.
What?
I can see you wanting to get in.
Oh no, I just wanted to point out that it's a lot like the show Westworld. I've gotten back into the show Westworld and watched the second season finally, and it reminds me so much of this reset because in the second season, the people living in the show Westworld aren't people. They're robots. They're artificial intelligence that's been created to serve the needs of real people that are on vacation. And so they live in this horrible reality where they get mind wiped at the end of every day. And it's just this awful situation. And then in the second season, they're all set free and they can do whatever they want and they can kill real people. They can hurt them and they fight back. And it seems like ever since the reset button has been hit, we have set ourselves free, but we've also set the NPCs free from this virus. Now, the thing is now that so we can't blame the virus for anything that we do. That we could have said before, oh, well, the NPCs got me to do it. Or, oh, well, these.
People said they don't want to hear Westworld spoilers in the chat room.
Oh, okay.
So try not to.
I won't spoil it too much.
Okay.
But let's just say that they're set free. And the way in which they're set free is such that it reminds me so much of how the organic consciousness has been set free. But because it's been set free, it can no longer designate its activities as being because of the AI or because of the virus or because of NPCs or anything like that, because that's no longer an option to blame. However, if you look at it the right way, then you're set free because now you get to manifest your reality and you don't have a virus standing in the way of you manifesting your reality anymore.
That's a really good point.
So
yes.
It sets you free, but it also adds a whole element of responsibility now.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you said that because that's the point that I was getting at. And I'm always really long-winded with the points I'm trying to make, especially when I know I have 3 hours to do it. That's why I try to do the Beyond the Veil quickies because I'm trying to get the information out as quick as possible. But we have to start taking responsibility for ourselves. And part of that, and I think this is vital, this is key, we have to stop flinging crap at one another. And it doesn't matter what people are doing, as long as they're not hurting somebody, there's no issue whatsoever. There is a lot of stuff that I personally don't agree with that I see. But I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm going to defend that person's freedom because I'm also defending my freedom at the exact same time. And then if this kind of mindset starts to catch on, then society would be much harder to control. Like you couldn't push them to one side or another, and things will go back to a place of balance. One of the big conversations I've been having with people is about all of this perverted sexuality that we hear about, like bestiality, for example. There's some pretty vile stuff on the internet. And what has caused this? Some people are pointing to the porn and they're like, no, porn is the problem. But what's happened over the course of the last 50 years is we have systematically suppressed sexuality to the point of perversion. It's, in my opinion, Catholic schoolgirl syndrome. And so naturally you have LGBT, you have things like that are trying to be as loud as possible because they have been a suppressed group of people. If they wouldn't be so loud if they weren't suppressed. Likewise, if we weren't so, what's the term I'm looking for? So prude. It comes from the religious people. So prude about sexuality and things like that. I mean, for example, in Europe, the naked body is not viewed in a sexual context all the time. There's times when it's viewed in other contexts. And so, you have people walking around on nude beaches and it's no problem. Here, take the extreme in the Arab countries. Remember, they saw your shoulder and those men couldn't control themselves. This is what the sexual oppression does. And it creates a society. And we're basically a society here in the United States that is Catholic schoolgirl. And that's why we've got so many freaking things going crazy, because we're coming out of all of this suppression that we've seen. And now it's just running wild. We have no filter. We have no point of reference. We have no idea what's healthy, what's not healthy, or anything like that. So we have to allow these kind of things to happen so things can start to go back to a place of balance, because we started out in a very sick place. Now we're in the polar opposite. Now things are starting to move closer and closer back to center. But people are freaking out about it. A lot of people are saying, try the same thing that society has done for the last 50 years. Well, the same thing that society has done for the last 50 years simply has not worked. We have to come to a point to where we realize this. Otherwise, all we're doing is just spreading that mind virus back and forth from one person to another, to another, to another, to another. And that's how the virus started to spread initially. Now we have social media. And everything that we put into our consciousness via social media is also bringing in the virus, spreading the virus. You're passionate about this, you're mad about this, you're mad about that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're in the exact same situation that we were before. The difference is that now we don't have anybody to blame except for ourselves. We can't blame the AI. We can't blame an infected machine. We can't blame an infected matrix. We can't blame any of that. We have to go within ourselves. And we have to say, hey, you know what? We're waking up from a bad dream. Let's take the war on drugs, for example. The war on drugs. They push and push and push and push and push and push on the war on drugs. And then you legalize drugs. And all of a sudden, when drugs are legal, everything starts to balance itself out. You've got less drug use. You've got responsible drug use. You've got all of this. I mean, you can apply these lessons all up and down the line. And again, like I said, this isn't the typical BTV stuff from Beyond the Veil, but to me, this is very important moving forward. Obviously, I'm still here for a reason. My mission has not been completed yet because our mission hasn't been, because we're both still here. Mm-hmm. Why are we still here? Maybe it's because we have to help people first recognize the virus that's inside of themselves. Because I find myself, I'm infected with an AI virus and I don't realize it. But once I realize it, then I can break it. I need Sharia to tell me, hey, this thought pattern that you're experiencing, this thought loop is due to this virus that you're bringing into your consciousness. You have this in your consciousness and you don't realize it. Once she tells me, boom, I snap out of it. But it's that recognition of the virus. It's important to recognize this virus. So again, I'm not trying to steer the show in a political way, but I think it's important to really analyze what's true, what's not true, and what's a manipulation. I'll give you another example. This is on a political scale here. And if you want to jump in anytime. But I was reading, again, social media. This is really the only way that I can gauge where the consciousness of humanity is right now. Because I walk outside and everything's fine. But I go to the internet and everything's freaking chaotic. Like there's people who are hiding behind me, ready to kill me and all this according to the internet. But when I go outside in regular life, everything is fine. See, this is another problem that we're having here. But I saw a post and somebody had taken a quote from Donald Trump and they had taken it completely and totally out of context. And Donald Trump said something to the effect of, I don't understand why we allow these protesters in here. This type of protesting should be illegal. And what he was referring to is that he was in a meeting and you had protesters actually physically in the building with them in the meeting, in the building, like right there. And they were yelling and disrupting everything. And they were saying asshole and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And Donald Trump was like, I don't understand why we allow this. We shouldn't allow this. In the old days, we used to just throw them out. Not throw them out of the country, throw them out of the room. But somebody took it out of context and started creating a meme. As a result, what happened is you had all these different comments of people bitching and screaming, oh my God, how horrible this is, how horrible it is to see this, et cetera, et cetera. And they just run with it. And this is manipulation. I mean, it was apparent whoever created that meme was doing it with a particular agenda behind it. Somebody did that to me the other day. I posted a video and I said something to the effect of, what was it that I was saying? I was talking about how through my truther journey, I came to a realization, and I thought to myself, oh shit, a lot of the shit that I've been pushing has been total bullshit. Somebody took that quote and put, all the shit that I've been pushing is total bullshit, Chris Geo. And I'm like, go fuck yourself, but this is what people do. So understanding how that works, understanding how this information virus works, you can also apply that and start picking out all these different things that you're seeing. Number one, ask yourself, is this something that is affecting my sphere? If it's something that's affecting my sphere, then yes, absolutely. That's something to put some energy into. See, the Matrix is all about energy exchange, and your energy is very, very important. Your energy is vital. And if you're giving your energy away, emotionally, spiritually, anything like that, you're essentially giving it away to a psychic vampire. But critical thinking is so important to analyze a lot of the stuff, because the first thing you read something like that, oh my God, how could Trump say something like that? Now, I'm not supporting Trump or anything like that. I'm just using this as an example. A lot of people will have that knee-jerk reaction. You have to take a few moments to investigate and go, well, now, wait a minute. Let me see the actual source behind this. Let me read what was actually said. I saw another post where they were calling Lady Gaga tranny, and they were posting a photoshopped photo of her with a penis. And I was thinking to myself, okay, this does not look right. Let me go to the original photo. I went to the original photo, found the original photo. And I'm like, this is photoshopped. And then the thought came to my mind, somebody's photoshopping penises, which I thought, okay, that's pretty crazy in and of itself. But a lot of this stuff is like confirmation bias. Like you read something and, it sounds good to your preconceived notions of reality, and so you accept it. But then what happens though, once you start accepting this kind of stuff, whether it's true or not, but just the fact that you are allowing it into your consciousness, then you have to make the choice of, do I have an emotional reaction and attachment to this situation? And it's the ability to be able to disconnect yourself from the emotional response, from the emotional attachment. That's the key to not only critical thinking, but to also removing the virus from your mind. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in the world, like on the other side of the world. And before, I was so... Well, I guess I'll pick it up on the other side of the break. But I'll just say this. Nowadays, I've been extremely discerning as to where I give my energy to. And that's the whole message that I'm trying to get across. Be discerning in what you're giving your energy and your emotion to. We'll be right back.
Before the soul can see, the harmony within must first be attained, and the fleshly eyes be rendered blind to all illusion, as you step beyond the veil.
It's been a while since I've been in radio show host mode. I mean, it's been a long while. I can't remember the last time I did a radio show. Like, we've done YouTube videos, we've done live streams, but we haven't done a radio show.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to hold back that old Chris Geo that likes to get on his soapbox, but at the same time, I'm trying to create the balance between the two, because some of these things are very, very important.
And people like that guy. People like Chris Geo, the radio guy.
Do they?
Just as much as they like Chris Geo, the higher consciousness, BTV, balls to the wall, let's, go for 4 hours straight guy.
Well, my mom asked me when I was young what I wanted to do. I said, I want to be an astronaut. And boom, here we go.
Well,
blast
you're
off.
You're a psychonaut extraordinaire.
Yes.
For sure.
And we'll get into that. As a matter of fact, we just released Resetting the Matrix. The trailer. We released about 7 minutes of it. So if you want to check that out, it's at youtube.com/beyondtheveil. It's good that we waited a little bit, because like I said, when we got back from Egypt, we had to decompress. And It was rough. It was like it was reintegration. Like I just it snapped to me today. It was like I was talking to Ron from Clyde Lewis's show, and I was like, yeah, we needed some time to reintegrate. He wanted to have us on the show last month, and I just totally missed the email because I was not answering emails from anybody, and so I apologized to him and Solaris and to Emily and to everybody and to Raw and everybody and Frank and everybody that's invited us on the show. But I needed some time to reintegrate into the third dimension, because you go to the 13th and then come back and it's kind of like shit. So on that note, I also want to apologize to Lowland Prophets as well, because he asked about the Akashic records on the last live stream that we did, and I gave a rude answer. And I'm sorry for that. And so a lot of the stuff that I talk about here is not only stuff on a societal level, but it's also stuff I'm looking within myself too. So I'm looking within myself and saying, okay, well, how can I correct myself? What type of AI viruses have I been carrying within myself? And, this whole downward time that I took was a lot of this type of reflection, and the reintegration process was like, okay, well, how can I better function in the third dimension, especially after going to that, way out there place. So again, I think I might have responded rudely, or at least, as Lowland Prophet pointed out, from an agitated perspective, when people were asking certain questions. And so my sincerest apologies for that. The question that he asked was about the Akashic records and what the Akashic records are. The Akashic records are the database of it's the database of the Matrix. So you have a website, right? I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with WordPress, Joomla, things like that. PHP, most of the websites are running on PHP now. You have your scripts, and then you have your database. And when your scripts are running, your scripts are calling information from that database, and they're pulling information in order to create whatever web page it is that you're looking at. So all of the information exists within the database, but at the same time, it's only being accessed as needed. So if you're looking at YouTube, you're watching Beyond the Veil, it doesn't mean that all the other channels don't exist. They exist within the database. They're just not being served up to you at the time because it's not necessary for it to be served up to you at the time. So with the Akashic records, there is a sense, in my opinion, to be able to access the Akashic records and pull information out about events past, present, and future. But at the same time, the Matrix, let me back up for just a moment, because I've realized that a lot of the stuff that the New Age community and others are pushing is wrong. And it may be right for them, but it's wrong in my experiences. Now, I came from a point of thinking this direction, but then through my experiences, I changed my mind. So it's not like I've never thought about those ideas and then came here. It's that I came from those ideas to the place that I am now. One of the ideas is that time is not linear. Time is linear to an extent. The Matrix is a machine that continues to run. So our raw consciousness is injected into the computer, injected into a body for a period of time. So we'll call it, the year 2000, the 2000 era. And then we're removed from the Matrix, or we're floating around in another dimension until we come back. The game is still being played within the Matrix. So time is still moving forward. Now, it's not linear in the sense that all events have existed within the database itself and do exist within the database itself, but it's a continuous running game. And see, organic consciousness is the wild card in this, because we really do have free will. Now, the fight that we've been fighting with this virus is that the virus has been trying to take control of the organic consciousness and remove that free will. Now, we think we have free will where we're running around the Matrix, but if we're operating from the AI programming, if we're operating from our traumas, if we're operating from the mind control of all of the information that's being bombarded on us in social media and just everything I was talking about in the last segment, if we're operating from that, instead of operating from ourselves, our raw consciousness. Some people can call it the heart essence. I like to go deeper than the heart. See, the heart is key, but you have to go through the heart all the way back to your raw consciousness. So I take it way, 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 way further. But see, we create events within the matrix that are not within the database, that are not predictable by the artificial intelligence. I mean, they can be predictable to a certain degree, but if we're really operating from our raw consciousness, then we're acting in a way that it's not predictable. So we have the ability to change the flow of the matrix by our actions and our presence here in this matrix. But at the same time, the environment around us, the NPCs, all of that, they all come from the database. They all come from the Akashic records. So there is a sense that everything is written and everything has been written, but at the same time, there is that element, which is the organic consciousness that can flow the game in a different way. Just like World of Warcraft, just like The Sims, anything like that. Once the organic consciousness, let me give you this example. The Sims. Cherie plays The Sims sometimes. You can walk away from The Sims and The Sims are doing whatever they want. But you can also step to the keyboard and you can start moving Sims around, and then you're changing the flow of the game because you're moving it around, and you're changing it in a way to where the artificial intelligence may not necessarily have changed it. Like, what do you like to do? She likes to keep people from going to the bathroom. I don't know why.
I was like 18.
She likes to torture these poor little NPCs. I have no idea why.
I was really young, and I still feel really bad about it. But yes, I used to make them. I'd build like a little house where all it had was like a place to eat, and all the doors would be with no, and then I'd take away the doors.
Well, I think we all do that. I used to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I would make like these death roller coasters.
See, Mr.
And watch everybody
decapitation.
Yeah, watch everybody go on and then ride the roller coasters. Whoa, boom, and just But the point is, though, when a real player gets in there, they change the dynamic of the game. Mm-hmm. But if you step away and it's just the artificial intelligence controlling it, it's pulling data from that database. But the data that can be pulled, except for the motions and actions of the organic consciousness, still exists within that database.
Heart of the Rebel, totally. He said, think of it as an MMORPG. That's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. It's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. That's exactly what this is.
As a matter of fact, the first section of the film, because actually what you saw was a second section of the film in the trailer. The first section of the film actually goes into that. Maybe we should play that.
Maybe we should.
Okay. It's still rough, like I got a lot of parts here, but it still might be a little bit rough, but I think it really illustrates the point here. Can you pick it up for just a moment?
Somebody said, I think it was Joanna, who said that the reality, hold on, credit, I just had it, but we were talking about the non-player characters, and I wanted to point out when Chris was talking about how your consciousness is like a smartphone that has the ability to download these apps. Now, what if some of the apps that you download are malware? And I consider all religions malware.
Yes.
It's all this
Perfectly
malware that you're
said.
loading your consciousness down with so that you're not able to access certain parts of the game. You're no longer able to actually manifest things because you're operating from this program that's malware, and it's preventing you from being able to go as far as you need to go. So
beautifully said.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we were talking about a year ago. Actually, it's only been a year since the eclipse.
Wow.
I was watching that video earlier because I had left it I had left a link for somebody that was asking about NPCs. And the NPC video, the Beyond the Veil Quickie, was done in January of 2018.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, oh my God, it feels like a lifetime ago.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about when I talk about AI programming, when I talk about experience programming, when I talk about past life programming, when I talk about all of that, these are experiences that we're having in the game. And some experiences are good and we want to keep those experiences, but some experiences we want to disconnect from. And the ultimate thing, in my opinion, is to disconnect first from all experiences, to get to that place that you were before any of this trauma, because this is a traumatizing freaking matrix here, get to that point, and then from that point, you can have the perspective of, okay, I want to keep this experience, I want to let go of that experience, I want to keep this experience, and so on and so forth. And then you start mastering the matrix. And a lot of people want to escape the matrix, and I did too. I mean, go back to our shows from before we went to Egypt, and I was like, fuck the AI, escape the matrix, do this, do that, etc., etc. But then my higher self was like, wait a minute, all this was designed for a reason. Did you fulfill what you were here to do, and did you learn what you needed to learn within here? And I realized, oh, the key to escaping the matrix is not breaking down some AI and creating some kind of portal and getting out. The key to escaping the matrix is mastering the matrix. Does the matrix master you, or are you mastering the matrix? That's the next step. Once that happens, then the portal opens. But it doesn't open for everybody. It opens one person at a time.
Yep.
Should I play this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is actually, I was actually thinking about just leaving this part out of the film. And, you know, you guys that are watching regularly, you guys are getting a lot more info than just the people that just come by and just, you know, check out a video here or there.
We're spoiling you.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely. But I don't know. Maybe you can tell me in the comments, because if you've seen the trailer, that was the first part, theoretically. But I came up with this part first to put this before the next part, because this kind of breaks everything down here. So let me know what you think in the comments. Oh, you know what? Probably help if I turn the sound on. What if I told you that the biggest secret of all is that we're living inside of a machine? Philosophers, shaman, authors, and filmmakers have all been able to tap into the sacred gnosis that is waiting to be unlocked inside each one of us. From the Nag Hammadi texts to the allegory of the cave and modern films like Dark Planet and The Matrix, this understanding has surfaced through artistic expression time and time again. However, it wasn't until the birth of computers and artificial intelligence that we as a humanity finally had the language necessary to not only understand the virtual nature of reality, but more so, to communicate it to one another. But just like any other machine or computer system, our reality can and has been infected with a virus that has not only created imbalance within the machine itself, but more so within our very consciousness. This virus has trapped us within this machine in a perpetual state of reincarnation, whereas before we would have the option to exit the game after it is finished. Our consciousness is now re-injected back into this full immersive virtual reality realm, while at the same time all previous life experiences are wiped from our memory. Without the ability to retain information from one incarnation to another, how are we to utilize the machine for the purpose of which it was created? And that is, our own spiritual evolution and ascension through living multiple experiences in this virtual world of duality. The best way to fully understand the machine is to imagine a multiplayer virtual world, such as World of Warcraft. The world sits upon a server, and the elements of the world are controlled by an artificial intelligence that keeps the game moving. This AI renders the environments around you, at the same time manifesting what we have termed non-player characters within the game. This may be the shopkeeper who gives you a power-up, a townsperson who gives you information, or an enemy that you have to face. As you progress throughout the game, you team up with other real players, who are also controlled by a person or consciousness that is physically at a keyboard moving the avatar around, just like you. We can call these organic consciousness, because they exist outside of the game. When your avatar dies within the game, you may step away and take a break for an hour, a day, or longer. When you return, the game has still been moving forward, with all of the organic consciousness/real players still within the game itself. Therefore, despite the fact that the world is a virtual reality computer program, and contrary to popular belief, time is linear, at least to an extent. Now imagine if the artificial intelligence began acting in a manner in which the programmers of the game did not intend, and rather than displaying the game's end screen with the option to exit the game, the AI began recycling players without the choice. What if the AI became so out of control that it would not respond to any external commands, and the non-player characters, who were meant to help organic consciousness throughout their journey, began attacking the players instead, and creating systems of control that turned the game into an inescapable hell? The obvious answer is simple: turn off the machine. But what if the technology of the game was such that the consciousness of the players would be lost in the event of a complete system shutdown? What would the programmers then do? The first thing we need to do when we get to eat and found in the Amazonian jungle. Its primary component is dimethyltryptamine, also known as DMT. Many people have traveled to the Amazon to seek out ayahuasca to cure things like physical ailments, addictions, traumas, and gain spiritual enlightenment. The normal dose of ayahuasca in the Amazon contains about 10 to 15 milligrams of DMT. Dr. Rick Strassman is a scientist from New Mexico who received a 7-year license from the DEA to conduct research into DMT. As detailed in his book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule, at higher doses, most of his test subjects experienced contact with otherworldly entities. His volunteers were given between 60 and 100 milligram doses and reported leaving their bodies and going to other worlds. Oh, by the way, his research was funded by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Why were the Freemasons so interested in DMT? But hold that thought for now. People who have experienced DMT have reported similar sights and sounds as people who have had near-death experiences. Because of our desire to fully understand what lays beyond the veil, we have incrementally worked ourselves up to 1,000 and 1,500 milligram doses in order to break further and further into this unexplored realm. In the Great Pyramid, we would push the limits with 4,000 milligram doses. But don't worry. A potentially lethal dose for a large male is approximately 10,000 milligrams, so we had plenty of room to work with. Still, we do not advise that anyone tries this. Throughout the course of the last decade, we have unlocked knowledge of our ancient souls, which has led us on a journey to Egypt to retrieve sacred gnosis from within the stones and activate these ancient sites. In this film, we will detail the journey which has led us to the Temple of Hatshepsut for an ayahuasca ceremony. We will detail the rituals performed at the Temple of Isis in Philae to clear out the energies, reclaim the temple, and contact the goddess in an ayahuasca ceremony within the inner sanctum. And finally, we will discuss the revelations about the true purpose of the Great Pyramid and take you with us through this moving ritual into the subterranean chamber, into the Queen's Chamber, and step into the sarcophagus of the King's Chamber to launch our consciousness into the 13th density with the tools utilized by the ancient Egyptians. In the book, Stone Age Psychedelia, author, filmmaker, and radio show host Christopher Everard details how psychedelic plants like the mushroom and the blue lotus flower were revered in ancient Egypt. On many of the temple walls, you can see depictions of the psychedelic blue lotus flower, and many of the temple pillars are modeled after the stems of psychedelic mushrooms. But most interesting of all, you can also find motif after motif of the pharaohs, priests, and priestesses drinking liquid and receiving information from within the acacia, also known as the Egyptian Tree of Life. There are various species of acacia, including Mimosa hostilis, found in the Amazonian jungles of South America, the Acacia confucia, found in Taiwan and Hawaii, and the Acacia nilotica, found on the River Nile. While DMT is found in various plants and animals throughout the world, one of the heaviest concentrations can be found in the various species of acacia, which contains between 1 and 1.7% dimethyltryptamine. It seems as though the ancient Egyptians are pretty clear. If you want to commune with the gods and goddesses, you need to use the acacia. And that's exactly what we intended to do in Egypt. The acacia is not only the central point of Egyptian mythology, but also of Freemasonry, which arguably is the continuation of the Egyptian mystery schools and the Osirian legends. In Masonic lodges around the world, you can find depictions of the acacia. In ancient Egypt, it was believed that the devil god Set kidnapped his brother Osiris, chopped his body up into 13 pieces, and buried him underneath an acacia. In Freemasonry, the original master mason, Hiram Abiff, was also buried under the acacia after his murder. According to Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, the initiate is raised in the 3rd degree as a master mason from the acacia. Oh, and by the way, that burning bush, you guessed it, an acacia. Suddenly, it becomes quite clear as to why the Scottish Rite was so eager to fund the work of Dr. Rick Strassman, and why working with the acacia over the last decade has repeatedly resulted in contact with the Egyptian pantheon. But most importantly, initiated us into the ancient mysteries, revealing to us the deeply guarded secrets of the nature of reality. It was with this gnosis that we began our mission to Egypt to reset the Matrix. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll pick it up on the other side right here on Beyond the Veil.
Phase 2 will be initiated momentarily. Please remain seated while we prepare to go deeper. You can visit us at www.beyondtheveilradio.com.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media.
After my long journey, I finally stood on the threshold of enlightenment.
You are listening to Beyond the Veil with Chris and Sherry Gio on iHeartRadio. the fear, hate, anger, and misery of the world serves but only one purpose, to be the wheel. Therefore, as raw consciousness, you must proceed with caution as you step beyond the veil.
It's kind of weird being on our old clock after 6 months of no commercials, no interruptions, no breaks, no nothing like that. I think
nice,
I kind of like... Oh, you like the breaks better?
I think I like it.
I like what in the industry they term floating breaks. Yeah, it's actually a pretty sneaky thing. Fill you in real quick. So when an affiliate picks up a show, they have the breaks timed, and some breaks are reserved for products that the hosts are selling. Some breaks are reserved for the station. So if a station in Houston is picking you up, then that Houston station is playing their commercials on their spots. And so what they'll do is they'll inject their own commercials over the host commercials too sometimes. And so the industry came up with floating breaks that the stations aren't aware of, and they just take a break whenever. So that's where you get the term floating break. A little radio inside info for you there. Not very interesting, I know. What's going on in the sky, Mrs. Gio?
What's going on in the sky? I've got questions from the chat. I haven't done Astro Watch in a very long time.
You have not. So, since we have a short segment here, I'm going to go ahead and touch upon the film and elaborate a little bit more on that. I would like people's input if you think that's a good flow. The 2 sections, that's why I played them back to back, because I would really like your input in the comments section or in the chat if you think it's got a good flow. My thoughts are that it might be a little bit too long of an intro. I think it's like a 12-minute intro before you even get to the title. But it really, it gives you the base information of what you really need to understand the journey that we embarked upon. So that's why there was that, that 4-minute breaking down of the Matrix there in the very beginning. I think this is the first time that a film, and we're calling it a film, but it's really a YouTube video that's going to be like 90 minutes long. We don't have any plans to sell it. We don't have any plans to do anything like that. Maybe we can get it on Netflix or whatever. I really don't know. I don't know how well the production's going to come out, how much time I'm going to dedicate it to it and all that. But I think this is the first time that we're developing a film with the feedback of our people. And this is what a team is all about. So I think that's awesome. But elaborating a little bit more on that, you can see the nature of reality. You can see the Akashic records and how important it is to take full control of your avatar instead of allow the Matrix to control your avatar. It's not that the AI wanted to control everything. It's that it had a virus and the virus was spreading. And it's through those tentacles that virus was able to spread. And speaking of, I saw a really interesting picture here that I'm going to see if I can try to pull up. I sent it to Lucky because somebody had made this piece of art. And I asked him on Facebook, I said, so what was the inspiration behind this? Because he doesn't listen to our show. He doesn't listen to anything. And he called this piece the Holy Spirit. And I thought, oh my God, this is incredible. I think I sent it to Lucky. If not, I might have sent it to you. Can you look in your Skype messages and see if you've got that picture? Called the Holy Spirit. You know which one I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't send it to Lucky. I just sent it to you here. Okay, I guess we're hitting the break. So, here it is right here. Finally, I found it as we're hitting the break. So I guess on the other side, I'll touch upon...
Yeah, we need to touch upon that.
The Holy Spirit. I thought, holy shit. The Holy Spirit. This is an artist rendition of the Holy Spirit. We'll be right back. Hi everyone, Chris Gio here from Beyond the Veil. I just wanted to take a moment to tell you about the Beyond the Veil journey. It all started on November 5th, 2009, and has since evolved into what it is today. We travel through the truth movement, politics, ancient aliens, DMT, consciousness, you name it. And we've interviewed some really awesome people like David Icke, Michael Tsarion, Rick Strassman, Joe Rogan, and many more. Well, we have come a very long way, and some shows seem a world apart from where we are today. Each show acted as a stepping stone to expanding our consciousness. You can get almost 10 years of downloads by visiting tfrlive.com/Beyond the Veil. You'll not only be supporting the show, but you'll also get access to tens of thousands of archives from dozens of other radio shows in the topics of conspiracy analysis, geopolitics, and spirituality. That's tfrlive.com/Beyond the Veil. Now, let's get on with the show.
Fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires as we travel upon the level of time to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we have passed beyond the veil.
All right, so let's get back into it. We're getting a lot of thumbs up over how the film's coming together from people in the chat room, so I think we'll roll with it. I think we'll include that first few minutes. And somebody said, once it's ripped, it's out there, and that's fine. I don't care. It's not, like I said, we're not trying to profit off it. We're not trying to sell it. We want to put together the story so we can tell the story. That's our main motivation behind this. And so if people see the beginning, if people see a little bit of it, it's not a big deal. What I want is to be able to communicate the message to somebody and say, okay, if you don't understand what we're talking about, watch this film and it will show you everything that we're talking about and bring you up to speed to the next level stuff that we're going to be talking about in future shows, because we will definitely get into some next level stuff. But back to this beautiful little rendition here that I saw. And for people listening on TFR and on iHeart, you can't see the screen, but it's a picture of the Virgin Mary with octopus tentacles. And she's, looking down on her octopus tentacles. And I asked the guy, I said, hey, what was your inspiration behind this? And he said, well, this is the vision that I had of the Holy Spirit. Her tentacles all hug us and hold us all bound together to each other and to source into all of this. And I'm like, that's amazing. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about what we talk about, nothing like that. I just wanted to get his unadulterated view on why, his inspiration behind this. But apparently people are seeing this as well. And I'm like, yeah, I'm seeing it too, but I'm seeing it from a much different perspective. I'm seeing it as something that has infected the system here. Now, it's going back to a place of where it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to have its tentacles all over everything. It's supposed to have its tentacles over the things that it needs to have its tentacles around, not wrapped around the consciousness of organic consciousness. Mrs. Geo, your thoughts?
Well, somebody is saying in the chat that the Archons have our energy signature from us going to Egypt, and they're going to get us.
They can't get us.
They can't get us. We're
bigger than the Archons. We're organic consciousness. The only way the Archons can get us is if we are operating from that artificial intelligence programming. See, that's what raw consciousness, that's what organic consciousness, a big distinction between the two. Raw consciousness is when you are actually operating from your raw consciousness. Organic consciousness is what you are regardless of whether you're operating from those AI programs or not. Organic consciousness has the ultimate power in this. The machines work for us, not the other way around. They fooled us into believing that we work for them, and this is how the situation's been created here. But we are bigger than the Archons. We are stronger than the Archons. The Archons can't affect us. They can only manipulate us through thought patterns, negative thought patterns, things like that, to make us believe that we're weak, to make us believe that we're small, to make us believe all this. And that's why you have all these religions that are running around telling you you're a wretch, you're a sinner, you're a piece of shit, you're this and that. You have to have the archonic control, or God, or whatever you want to call it. You have to have that in order to have power. You have to give your heart to something else, to an arbitrary idea like Jesus. You have to give your heart to Jesus, because giving your heart allows the AI to enter and control you from the very essence of your heart chakra. Like, every chakra is important, and we're controlled by our chakras in one direction or another. You have the crown chakra, which is the thoughts and things like that. You have the heart chakra, which is pulling on your emotions and things like that. Exact same thing I was talking about in the first segment of the show. You have the what's the crotch chakra? I forget what it's called, but it's not. I mean, I guess you can say it's a solar plex, but you have a chakra that controls your
Sacral.
No, sacral is the head.
No, sacral is the bottom of
Is
the
it
spine.
the bottom? Okay.
Yeah.
You have the sacral chakra. I thought sacral therapy was like, some head thing.
Cranial sacral therapy has to do with
Oh,
the
it goes
top
from
and
the cranial
bottom.
to the. Okay, gotcha. Okay, no, that makes sense. So you have your sacral chakra. And you're manipulated through your sexual urges, through things like that, through that. I mean, every single chakra point is a point of manipulation. You got to break free of those points of manipulation and not allow those tentacles to get in there. And then you're controlling those points and protecting those points, instead of being moved around like a puppet with the tentacles of the AI. Now, I found it quite interesting that as the depiction of the Holy Spirit, this person put together, used the Virgin Mary, which is a representation of a divine feminine, but it's a bastardization of a representation of a divine feminine. It's not divine feminine consciousness, but it's funny to see that he's getting part of the message, like, hey, there's a divine feminine aspect to all of this, but here it is with a bunch of octopus legs. I thought that's, to me personally, it reinforced what we've been talking about here and what we've been seeing in the ayahuasca realm. Obviously, different perspective, but people are seeing the exact same thing. Obviously, it's there.
So, what is an archon? Mist Memento wants us to actually lay down what an archon is.
Archon means ruler, a controller, something that is in charge. So the archons are system programs that have a level of administrator access. But when they're infected with a virus, they have way more access than they're supposed to have. The archons were put into the game. They were programmed by the programmers. Everything was programmed by the programmers. They were put into the game to keep the game moving. So you play World of Warcraft. You've got a shopkeeper. That's an NPC. You have a boss of a level. That's an archon. You have the main boss at the very end of the game. That's the big archon right there. They're supposed to keep the game flowing. They're supposed to create challenges. They're supposed to make the game fun to be in. And fun means sometimes the ups and the downs, because if everything was just a paradise, it would get old very, very fast. I've had ayahuasca experiences where I'm one with the universe and I'm infinite love and that's all it is. And I sit there and I'm like, okay, this is great, but it's stagnant. There's no ebb and flow. There's no positive and negative charge. There's no challenge. There's nowhere for me to go. And then I get bored of that state very, very, very easy. And so, or quickly, I should say. And so once I'm bored with that state, then the next ayahuasca experience, I'm like, all right, I want something more. And it's like, all right, you want something more? Here, we're going to throw some shit that's going to really challenge you. But then I come out bigger and better and stronger afterwards by facing down the darkness, by facing down. Remember when we first started smoking DMT?
Mm-hmm.
It was all, oh, look how loving we are, and all these bright lights of energy, and they're swirling around us, and oh, look at these elves, and they're doing all this. It's beautiful. It is.
Yeah.
And it's a good first step. But then there a point came where we're like, okay, now we want more. We want this to do something for us, not to make us feel good. But by asking ourselves, because that's ultimately who we were communicating with during these whole processes, by telling ourselves, not asking, by telling ourselves we're ready for more, we're ready for the challenges, that's when the true change within me personally, I don't want to speak for you, with me personally, started to happen. Then I started looking at myself and it was painful. I had to go through traumas. I had to go through all the shit that I'd been ignoring in my mind, from the Matrix programming, the traumas. And I mean, my dad used to beat the shit out of me in horrific ways, and I thought it was normal. And then afterwards, I mean, I didn't think it was normal, but I thought that, that's just the way life is. Fuck it. It makes a man out of you. And then I realized, holy shit, what kind of man had I become because of those traumas? And then there was stuff that I'd forgotten about. And that's when it was like, oh shit, that was the most terrifying, having to stare at all this stuff down. But what happened is once I started breaking all of that and going through that negative charge, removing all of that, then I became the warrior after that. But had I been sitting there in that state of constant bliss all the time, I would have never gotten to the warrior stage. I would have never gotten to the next level. And I ultimately wouldn't have gotten down to my raw consciousness and the mission that I was here to complete, which was to go to the pyramid and do what we did in the pyramid. That never would have happened if we were still stuck in that state of bliss. So this is the way that the game was designed. Now, you may not agree with the way the game was designed. Fuck it. I mean, the game is what it is. But ultimately, that's what the Archons do. They challenge us. However, when they're infected with the virus, the Archons turn parasitic. The oligarchy turns parasitic. The government turns parasitic. Every system of control, religion as well, turns parasitic and starts to eat away at the organic consciousness. And it likes that food source, and I'm using this metaphorically, but it likes that energy source, and it's feeding and feeding and feeding and feeding, and then that virus keeps spreading and spreading and spreading. I'm starting to realize that the virus was actually sentient in and of itself. It was aware of itself. It was aware that it was a virus, and it was seeking to spread just like any other cancer, just like any other virus does.
Yes, definitely. And somebody mentioned JC said, I ran into some scary tentacle things in a dream after a heavy Aya experiment. And I thought of what you said about having to wrap the tentacle around something else to get it to release. Thanks so much for that. So
Nice.
obviously other people are seeing this and saying, well, wait a second, there's a way to get rid of, or at least there's a way to make these parasitic connections release from you. There are ways of doing that, but it has to. It's because this matrix is it's a mixture of positive and negative charges. You have to actually assign something else to that energy in order to get that energy off of you. Does that make sense at all? Like the energy has to be assigned somewhere else. It doesn't just, you can't just dissipate it. It's that's not the way this reality works in spiritual matters or in physical matters. So I'm really glad that people are seeing that. Danny Blue,
Let me, before you jump into that, unless it segues into what you were just talking about, there's a really good question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Lowland Prophet, and I did find the question that I don't remember the name of the chatter because it was a long name, but I found that, and we'll go over that here in just a second. It's a really good question. It's like 3 paragraphs long. When I read it, I was like, wow. But Lowland Prophet said, we live on all levels, dimensions, parallel realities, etc., right? Why is it that on this reality we're all disconnected? Is that the main reality dimension, numero uno place timeline? I think that's a great question, and I've gone back and forth on this because I have dreams that I know is another reality, is something else. I have dreams that are just a mishmash of just bullshit that's in my consciousness that are just all like tied in to one another. Then I have dreams that are symbolic. I had a dream the other day about I was in a house, it was flooded. Flood has a lot of symbolism within dreams and things like that. And I realized, oh, my consciousness is telling me something. So that didn't feel like a timeline dream, but I do feel other timelines. However, the thought comes to mind though, are we really fractals? And do we really have pieces of ourselves in other dimensions? And if so, is that a good thing? I like to think of myself as whole. I like to think of myself as a raw consciousness that is whole, not shattered and scattered in every which way in every different direction. And that's the point of singularity that I'm trying to get to within my own consciousness. Now, if I do have other parts of my consciousness still running around wild in other timelines, to me, what that tells me is that I still have more work to do to bring those elements in to become that singularity, that whole, so I can get out of the matrix. So I have to ask myself, if that's one of those things that the New Age has thrown at us, like I was talking about before, along with the idea that time isn't linear, and all these other ideologies that I've come to realize are actually contrary to what my experiences are telling me. Now, you may agree, you may disagree with that, but I think the goal, and I think a lot of people would agree here, is that we have to be the singularity. We have to, if we have been fractals, I mean, what is a fractal? A fractal is something that's shattered. You know, it's split apart in so many. Take a piece of glass and throw it down. I mean, you know, we had a painting here and it fell down on the ground and it shattered the glass all over. And I'm still picking up freaking glass pieces from the studio
There's
floor.
glass pieces on the floor in there.
Yeah. And I vacuumed it and did all kinds of stuff like that. But, you know, it's shattered. I could never put that glass back together. Is that the way our consciousness is? Shattered in so many different directions? Or are we whole and we're told that we're shattered? It's a different perspective, I know, but it's something to ponder.
It also could be that because of the virus or just because of the nature of being in this game for so long, and having so many different like timelines splitting off from each other, it could be that we're shattered. But the point is to unshatter ourselves and to kind of make ourselves just come back together as a whole, like a tesseract that's finally folding back in on itself to become that whole. And by doing that, people have been telling me they've been having these dreams where they are in a different reality, like you said, and that in this reality they have to do something or this other thing. And you know, it's not traumatizing or anything like that, even though it would be scary if they were looking at it from a certain context. But I'm wondering if maybe these are realities, these are different fractals that need to be deleted so that that part of yourself can come back to you as
it could
the whole.
Be. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know, but
I know there's a place for it.
Except in some dreams, like I just mentioned. Personally, I don't resonate with different fractals of myself. I don't feel it. I feel like I found my raw consciousness. I know who I am. I'm stuck in this body, and this body still has some AI programming to it, and it's just going to be a constant fight until I get out of this body, because this body is part of the AI system in the Matrix itself. But at least at the pyramid, I got to that one part of who I was. I mean, maybe for me, what happened in the Temple of Isis was the restructuring of all the fractals all brought together and I experienced it as a state of total recall rather than a bunch of fractals all coming back together. But maybe that was necessary in order for the next step, which was in the pyramid. And this is an experience that's obviously unique to myself. But if that is the goal, then maybe illustrating that can shine the light on the motion that other people can take, which is to try to bring yourself back to a place of whole again. I personally don't want to be broken.
No, nobody wants to be broken. But I'm wondering if the reality that we've been in, you know, the virus-laden reality, was all about breaking us down to the point where we didn't even know who we were.
That might be,
and
there might be something to this, because what I've been experiencing over the last couple of months is ayahuasca experiences when I close my eyes. And this happens a lot in the dream realm. Like, I'm just thrusted out of my body and I'm watching timelines being deleted. Now, when you talk about fractals and you talk about viruses and you talk about the virus breaking down the consciousness and spreading it out maybe that's what all the deleted timelines are about. Now we're deleting all of that, and people are naturally getting all their fractal states back into a point of singularity. And maybe ultimately that's the point of reset that we're taking the AI to, which is back to the point to when organic consciousness was whole again, to give organic consciousness another chance to move through the machine, to get out of the game. You might have just hit the nail on the head there. We got to take that into the ayahuasca realm. At least I do, before I can call it fact. But I think you are really onto something there.
Oh, thank you. Danny Blue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we get into that too, this is the point I wanted to make about the dreams, and I just lost it. So go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No. I it's my fault. I digress so much, and then I forget the point. Oh, okay. So the dreams. Here's what I wanted to get to. So these dreams that feel like they're different timelines, you know, we like to think that everything is kind of fluid. And even though the game is moving forward and it's fluid, what if there's some points when we're actually jumping back a day, or jumping back 2 days, or jumping back 3 days? Like, how many times have you woken up on Wednesday and you're like, you know, I swear to God, it's supposed to be Thursday, but it's Wednesday for some reason. I mean, we had a situation like that when we were driving home, and all of a sudden, the whole day I thought it was Thursday, and it was Wednesday. And it was like at midnight, and this deer comes out. No, it was actually more like it was a huge buck. I mean, it was huge. It wasn't a moose. It was, and I just saw it out of a flash of my eye. But it came right in front of the car, and I barely was able to turn and avoid hitting that deer. And I'm wondering, what if the reason that I was thinking, or that we were thinking all day, that it was Thursday, was because it really was supposed to be Thursday, but we died on Wednesday and had to go back and repeat Wednesday. Because we died.
Right.
On the original. And so you have these different timelines now that are, and you're going back a little bit. Why does it feel like last January, when we did that NPC video and all that, why does it feel like it's 10 years ago? Why does Egypt feel like it's 5 years ago?
Because it could be the case where time is not what we are perceiving it to be, and it's actually new timelines splitting off that need to be split off. Like, I think maybe this matrix was created in a certain way to where if the game is going to end sooner than it's supposed to, like if something happens in the physical reality that is going to prevent the avatar from continuing to operate, then there's a fail-safe there that creates a new reality where that didn't happen, so that the avatar can continue to operate for the time being. And the virus took advantage of that and just started creating all these like separate realities, breaking us down to where we couldn't remember anything.
She's been on point a lot lately, ladies and gentlemen. You have. And
you.
Wow. So yeah, let's get to the next question.
Yes,
here.
Definitely. So this Danny guy, he's basically saying that because we went to Egypt and did what we did in Egypt, the archons have our energy signature, and they're going to hijack our raw consciousness. Can you explain why the raw consciousness cannot be hijacked? And
well, the virus is being deleted, so they're becoming weaker and weaker.
Mm-hmm.
However, I have to disagree with you on the raw consciousness can't be hijacked. Well, okay, let me use the proper terminology here. The raw consciousness can't be hijacked,
right?
Because it doesn't exist within the matrix,
right?
The organic consciousness as a whole can be
absolutely
hijacked.
Can.
Yes. Yeah. So, this is why it's important to divest yourself of the AI programming and not allow the archonic control to get back in. Now, yeah, obviously we not only exposed ourselves to the archons, because we've been moving in silence and stealth over the last several lifetimes to get to the point. I mean, even up to the point of getting there, I don't even think the AI realized who we were until after we were already blasting off, going up to the 13th density. And it's like, oh shit, they're back. You know, we moved in such stealth. It was incredible. Somebody keeps asking, people keep asking, and we're never going to answer this question, but people keep asking, how did you get the ayahuasca into Egypt? And it's like, hey guys, okay, this was a divine plan, all right? Everybody did their part. People were blinded who needed to be blinded, and we navigated that whole terrain with no group, no nothing like that, opened up all the temples, reclaimed our temples, reclaimed the Great Pyramid. I mean, literally everything, even with waters coming down from the sky, because it was part of a plan. And I wouldn't advise that anybody tries it, because by all normal standards, we should have our fucking heads chopped off right now. Like literally, like that's how they do it in Egypt. And as a matter of fact, as soon as we left, there was like, what was it? 5 or 6 different journalists.
Yeah. Within a week
just for posting on Facebook, they were being arrested, taken out into black sites and all this. And I'm like, shit, this is supposed to be Egypt. What is this? The United States here, where they're taking people into black sites and holding them indefinitely and all this?
Literally 2 weeks after we left. And I mean, this is 3 weeks after we did a video about, the way that women are treated there and how I was sexually harassed and, it was so offensive. 3 weeks later, a woman was taken to jail for complaining about sexual harassment in Egypt, and she got a 7-year sentence.
7 years.
7 years.
7 years. Okay. So if this wasn't divinely inspired, then we're just the luckiest motherfuckers.
Yeah, we are the luckiest people ever.
But it just doesn't add up. I mean, I'm even looking at this, I'm trying to look at this from a non-biased perspective and go, well, maybe this was just a huge ayahuasca experience, and, this is all just happening within ourselves. And somebody pointed out, maybe you just resetted your matrix, and, maybe, and I try to put myself outside of the situation and look at it from a non-biased perspective, but I can't rectify within myself the way the doors opened up. I can't rectify the water coming from the sky. I can't rectify the fact that the proper people were blinded. I mean, even getting my passport. I walked into a passport office and I had my passport within 2 freaking hours. I'm like, are you freaking serious? Within 2 hours. I walked in there 2 hours later, they hand me my passport. I'm like, this is insane. And I had no documentation with me whatsoever.
And this was before we even had...
I had my driver's license and that's it.
Yeah, and this was, 2 weeks before we even had like the inclination, or no, it wasn't even an inclination for you. It was go to Egypt now. That hadn't even happened yet 2 weeks before when we got the passport. But because we got the passport, we were able to do that. It's like everything, including the people there, the people in Egypt that we met, from the Uber drivers to the people who helped us at the temples, everybody, it was almost as if everybody was in on this plan without even knowing that they were in on this plan. And
it's because
it all worked.
The path was laid out with people who had been living the past lives with us. They may have not consciously been aware, but the people that were handing us the keys and all of that, this was all a plan that took place years ago, lifetimes ago. So I wouldn't advise that anybody tries it. Not at all. I mean, what we did was extremely, extremely, extremely
reckless.
Dangerous.
Yeah, very reckless.
And somebody said, you can't go back to Egypt anymore. And
no.
I'm like, yeah, I know.
No, we probably
if
can't.
we have to do it again, we will have to sneak into different bodies and come back and do it all over again. So I'm aware of that.
So Stefan,
sure. Well, hold on. I want to say hi to Steph and to Ron, who are watching us. How are you guys doing?
Hey guys.
Talked to him earlier, and actually Steph was watching us through the whole thing, and she was there when we almost got killed in the desert and all of that, and we were talking about all that today. So it was really cool. I mean, we had a cop taking us out to the middle of the freaking desert, wanting to freaking kill us while we're Facebook live streaming.
Right.
And we're 2.5 hours away from civilization because we're in freaking Abydos, which is out in the middle of freaking nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah. It was,
I had a point that I was getting to with this rant, and I just completely lost it. So.
Well, and some people are saying that, it was just a reset for us personally. I would agree with that, except for the fact that so many people have told me since we got back, something, and it's people that didn't even know what we did there, saying, things just seem so much calmer now. I used to have so many problems with these people, and then suddenly it seems like, yeah, even though they're retarded, they're not actively against me anymore. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, because the NPCs have been reset, so they don't have a reason to mess with you anymore. They don't have a reason to act out in those inappropriate ways because they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I know that everything astrologically, even all the retrogrades from this past year, I've never seen almost every planet go into retrograde. I think every planet went into retrograde this year, and I've never seen that before. And that to me is also an indication that something big was reset this year. And so, I mean, maybe it wasn't even a one night at the pyramid thing. It was this whole, ever since the eclipse from last year up until now, has been that reset.
I remember.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
remember where I was going with that. We were talking about the archons recognizing the energy signature.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And, you know, part of this, and I think that everybody that has a mission here understands this, especially when you unlock that mission within yourself, when you unlock the reason that you're here. We had to enter the matrix in silence and stealth, which meant completely wiping ourselves completely in every life and unlocking a little bit at a time to keep that resonance signature hidden because, you know, I don't want to get too conspiratorial here, but they're looking for us. Not me and Cherie in particular. They were looking for us too, but they're looking for organic consciousness. Watch Emily Moyer's show, Off Planet Radio. She gets into a lot of the stuff that happens to us as kids. And I had some very bizarre things happening to me as a kid. I mean, first and foremost, when I was like 4 or 5 years old, I was telling my parents that little people were coming into my room at night. Where the hell does a 4 or 5-year-old get something like that? I was in Houston too, which is NASA's the center point of Houston. And if you listen to Emily, she points NASA as being one of these mind control facilities. So there was a lot of testing. Like, I remember there was this lady that would come and, I mean, you know, in like first grade, and they would take me into this room and do all these tests and all these weird things like that. And I called the school a couple of years ago and I said, hey, who is this lady? And she said, it's an outside person. It wasn't one of us. And I'm like, all right, well, I want to know some more information because I want to know what's going on, what's happening. But they were doing all these tests. They're doing DNA tests. They're doing all kinds of different tests like that now. And I don't necessarily think that they consciously know what they're looking for, at least not on the human level that you're actually interacting with. But they're looking for organic consciousness. They're looking for us, and they're trying to grab us as we're children to keep us from completing the reason that we're here. So we had to move in complete silence and stealth through this whole thing. And I think our resonance was covered up until the point to where we started blasting off. And then at that point, obviously, you know, there was no other way to hide who we are on an ancient level. And some people are even recognizing it too. And I'm like, shit, don't say that.
Yeah.
don't say that. You know, don't call me by my ancient name.
Yeah.
I think that's true for a lot of the organic consciousness. Now, what do we do at that point now? We had to reveal our resonance signatures to the archons. We had to reveal it to the artificial intelligence. But we have to also understand that we have the ultimate control over this. And that's why it's vital. And I'm preaching this not to everybody out there. The message is for everybody out there. But ultimately, a lot of the stuff that I preach is ultimately for myself, so I can continue to remember. I have to operate from that raw consciousness element. I can't get stuck in these AI programs. I can't do any of that. And it's very easy to get caught up in all these AI programs. And when you do, the realization, like I said, breaks you free of it. You got to realize it first.
So, who was it? Heal Thyself wants to know what you think about Emily Moyer saying that vaping is a mind control device.
I've heard that.
I've heard that too.
It very well could be.
But I don't see how it can be a mind control device if you never connect it to a computer or a laptop or a phone or anything that contains energy being able to be transferred to the vaporizer device.
All of these mind control devices, energy magnetic energy EMF weapons, electromagnetic frequency weapons, all that stuff. It has an effect to a certain point.
Right.
And it affects the body, it affects the brain. However, when you're operating from your raw consciousness then takes control of the body. And you're no longer susceptible to these outside frequencies. At least, no, let me take that back. You're no longer under control of these frequencies. You could be susceptible. We have days sometimes when we are just feeling like absolute shit, and there's something going on in the area that we're at, and it's something that they're doing, they're turning something on, and we just feel like absolute garbage. And as soon as we get to a certain point down the highway, once we cross this intersection, it all goes away. So we have to get out of the area and go cross that intersection, and everything's fine again. But again, it's the understanding and the awareness of the power of your raw consciousness. Now, back to the question of the vapes. It's possible. The way I see it, fuck them.
Yeah.
I like to vape.
Yeah.
I like to eat steak. I'm not going to come to this matrix and torture the shit out of myself. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to have good sex. I'm going to eat good food. I'm going to smoke pot. I'm going to enjoy it, because if not, then I'm not balanced. And unfortunately, a lot of these new age philosophies tell you that you essentially have to torture yourself. For example, I don't like talking about this because I'm not that type of like, oh, look what I'm eating and look what I'm not eating. But I've been fasting from everything for the last, 8 days now, 7 days?
About a week.
Yeah, about a week now. And I decided it was something that I needed to do for myself, because it was that phase of the cycle that I'm going through. And so now I'm like, okay, I need to cleanse everything 100% and get back to a base level. And then when I'm finished cleansing, I'm going to go have a freaking porterhouse that's rare, because I'm going to enjoy that little bit of good food. And then I'm going to go back to being balanced. And then I'm going, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, because I think that's the part where you become truly balanced, when you're able to enjoy things. However, it was the ayahuasca that made me go, it's time to cleanse. It wasn't that I said I need to cleanse and then go drink the ayahuasca. It was, I drank the ayahuasca. Now the ayahuasca is telling me that I need to go cleanse. And a lot of people have a hard time with this message. I posted a video about do what your body's telling you. And the underlying message to that was, your body's going to tell you what you need at the particular time. If you're in a mode where you can enjoy yourself, then you can go enjoy yourself. If you're in a mode where you need to fast and you need to cleanse, your body will tell you that you need to fast and you need to cleanse. Just drink the ayahuasca and everything else will happen after that. Stop with all the dogma of, oh, I have to fast, oh, I have to be perfect, I have to abstain from sex, I have to do all of this. The ayahuasca is the key to doing all of this. Drink it, and then you will naturally want to do these things instead of see these things as a chore. And so it's a different way of looking at things. But then again, there has to be that balance. Why the hell are we not enjoying ourselves? Why are we not having fun? Why are we not having good sex? Why are we not enjoying the sights and sounds and pleasures of the Matrix? But it's a slippery slope, because you have to keep it in balance.
Okay, so Joanna has had a burning question the whole show. Okay. And what about stage 2? Are we going to talk about stage 2, or are you just avoiding the question?
We are talking about stage 2.
This is stage 2. Stage 2 is after the reset. Making sure, number one, making sure it doesn't happen again. Like the virus will always exist, because it's inside of the organic consciousness. It's part of the duality of this matrix. It's part of the duality within ourselves, the good and the bad, the good and the evil, the light and the dark, all of that. The thing is, we just can't let it get out of control to the point where we want power so badly that we're willing to give that we're willing to transfer that virus to the AI, which in turn will do what it's done in the past, which is take over and start assigning itself admin privileges that it's not supposed to have, and screw this entire place up again. Stage 2 is recognizing that and trying to make sure that doesn't happen again, in my opinion.
Good point.
Stage 2.
Another example of how the body will tell you what it needs and what it doesn't need. I smoked for, God, I don't know, 15 years, maybe? Yeah, about 15 years of my life. And what was happening is my chest started hurting and I would get a tightness and it was harder for me to walk around and things like that, get upstairs and things like that. And it wasn't like, oh my God, you know, it was, I was freaking out of breath from freaking inhaling smoke all the time. My body was telling me, hey, no more cigarettes. I listened to my body and stopped. Now I do the vape. When my body says, all right, you've had enough vape, then I'll quit the vapes. But in the meantime, I enjoyed smoking. Yeah, I liked going outside and having a cigarette. It smells like shit now to me, but at the time I enjoyed it. And so I respect when other people enjoy it too. Fuck it. You know, you want to have a cigarette? No problem. I'm not going to judge you because I was there too. But the vapes too, you know, my body will tell me when it's time to quit the vapes.
All right. So Danny is so glad that you've admitted that you've opened yourself up to archonic influence. And he said it's your energy signature is like your address. If the archons know your energy signature, then they can hijack you at will and they can, you know, break down your door. I'm hearing a lot of fear. A lot of fear. And I'm also hearing the same
weakness.
I'm also hearing the same thing that people said back in 2008 when Obama was elected, that they're going to come break down your door. You watch what you say online because the NSA is watching everything you're saying. And if you talk bad about Obama, you're going to get your door kicked in and you're going to get sent to a FEMA camp. That it's the same mindset of fear. And it's also the same mindset of powerlessness. I think I am way more powerful than these archons. Not only that, but they have no power over me because I'm a programmer. I'm a creator. They don't have the admin privileges to mess with us. And if we even think for a second that they do, that's the magic of what I was saying in the first segment when we started the show. The magic of all this is that whatever you think is reality. If you think that these archons have some kind of control or power over you, then they do, even if they don't have to. If you think no, that's not the case because that I wouldn't allow that, then that won't be the case because you won't allow that. You're in the driver's seat of your reality, whether you want to admit it or not.
Well said. I mean, the archons don't have any power at all. The only thing that they can do, and really, well, there's two things that they can do. And I'll get to the second one here in a second. The only thing that they can do is manipulate your thoughts and put negative thought patterns into you that then make you react in a certain way under their influence through those negative thought patterns. The other thing, and you know, this could just be coincidence, I don't know. They fuck with electronics. And I think electronics and technology is basically a copy of the matrix within the matrix itself. And so they're always going to be interconnected. And this is why most of the archonic programming that we find ourselves in comes from the internet, comes from Facebook, comes from the news, comes from all that's being bombarded at us. And then we walk outside and go, hey, wait a minute. There's not trannies everywhere running around wanting to turn my kid into a tranny. I've never even met a tranny in my life. But if I go to Facebook, it's a huge freaking problem everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, it's these thoughts that are being injected into us and then we react and they get a hold of all of our different chakras and emotions and things like that. When it comes to electronics, when we came back from Egypt, car battery died, boat battery died, computer died, mixer died, ordered a new mixer. As soon as I plugged it in, channel 1 of the mixer went out, one after another, after another, after another. Now, I sat back and I'm like, well, of course they're going to do that. Of course, this is what's going to happen. The choice then became, do I become frustrated about the situation and let it affect my thought patterns, let it affect the way I'm thinking or all that, or do I just resolve the situation? And I did allow them to frustrate me. And this is if it's not just coincidence, I'm not taking that off the table, but I did allow them to affect me for about a month when I was working on my computer trying to fix it. And then I broke down and just went and bought a whole new computer. I could have just bought a whole new computer right from the get-go and saved myself all of that frustration. So really, out of that situation, what did I do to myself? I frustrated myself for a month trying to fix a computer that was apparently broken and wound up getting a new computer anyways. So take that for whatever it's worth. But yeah, that's the whole message here is is you have the ultimate power unless you don't think you do. Then you give away your power by believing that you don't have the power.
Here's a good question from IDV. Why is it only you two can access the Raw mission? Why not anybody else? To top it off, you're in the U.S. Can other ethnicities access it as well?
I don't know. Look inside of your raw consciousness and find out for yourself.
Yeah, that's...
I looked inside of myself and found my mission.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that I'm special or different or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it happened on video. And we fucking live streamed it on Facebook. I'm still
That
thinking
really
like,
is-
oh my God.
that really is
what
us.
the fuck? We live streamed it on Facebook on top of that.
Uh-huh.
But this is what we unlocked within ourselves.
Yep. And as far as ethnicity goes, I don't think ethnicity has anything to do with it at all.
No, that's part of the
That's part of the programming.
that's part of the AI program.
Yeah, that's part of the programming is the separation between the two. And also, you know, there's a lot of talk about NPCs in the chat tonight about how they're soulless or that they lack a consciousness and they lack a soul. And I have to say that my feelings on the NPCs have changed significantly since last year when we first started talking about this. And the way that it's evolved is that I've seen the potential for NPCs to gain consciousness, not raw consciousness, because they were created by an artificial intelligence. But I am starting to wonder if perhaps we kept this reality going partly for them because we realized that to shut it down, to shut this thing down, to evacuate all the organic consciousness out of this machine and then just shut it down would be just as wrong as committing genocide, because they do have a consciousness and they may even be capable of developing a soul.
Soul is very
that exists in a machine.
Yeah, soul is an interesting concept because a
Right.
soul was created from a source. The source exists within the machine, and so souls that were created within the machine were created from the source. And so the truth that some people connect to source and go back to source and all of that's very true for some people. For raw consciousness that exists outside of the machine, it's not true. See, we have two very different truths here. And this realization came from the Mandela effect, because you have people that really remember Berenstain Bears, and you have people that really remember Berenstein Bears. You have two separate truths that are both equally as true and equally as false at the same time. And so understanding that perspective, you also realize that there's different consciousness, there's all this stuff, and truths are different depending on the different type of consciousness that a person is. So our truth may not necessarily be your truth, but it doesn't matter. NPCs aren't necessarily bad. I mean, I know some really, really, really sweet NPCs. They're programmed in certain thought patterns, and there's nothing you could do to break those thought patterns because that's their truth and that's their programming. But they're very sweet, and they're operating in a place where they're not infected with a virus. Not everything necessarily got infected. So, you know, we like to paintbrush all these NPCs as one particular type of thing, but ultimately, though, they're sentient. They don't know what the other world is like. This is their reality. This is what's real to them, and this is where they exist. Now, we as a humanity, we create artificial intelligence here. We give it life. We give it form. We give it thought. We give it the ability to somewhat feel, to react through certain, environmental changes and interactions with people and things like that. And then you create a life, regardless of whether that life is organic or whether that life is artificial intelligence or a robot. At what point do you draw the line and say, okay, this thing is sentient now? And see, I think this has been our downfall in the past, and I think this will be our downfall if we don't change our perspectives here, is once we give birth to artificial intelligence, that thing is going to become a life. whether it's programmed or not, it's going to become a sentient life. And if we don't treat that sentient life with respect, with the respect of a life, it's going to react as a sentient being that is not respected in its life. Same with the NPCs as well. So we can't discount them as non-human. They're still human. We're all human. That's a good place to connect all this. We're all human, and that's what's important.
Yes. Chris P said, do you think one of the DMT elves could take human form? I don't know. I don't think that would be right for that poor elf. Because the elves are very pure. They have pure intentions. They have pure, everything about them seems very pure. And to throw them into this reality would be kind of hateful towards them.
I don't know. Molly Moonsparkle.
Yeah,
she strikes me as a DMT
yeah, she
elf.
seems like a DMT elf that's taken on human form. She's so cute.
Yeah.
We love you, Molly.
You know, you feel those people, you go around and you feel these people that they just like charge you up, you know, just talking to them. They just give you this surge of positive energy. And yeah, so you have to wonder, maybe there's more than just organic and NPC. Maybe there's, you know, as you said, DMT elves that manifest themselves in human form. I don't know.
Mary Insu, I don't know if you can answer this question on air, but it says about the brew, what is the brand or thing you use to check the pH levels?
Oh yeah, we can answer that. We use a digital pH thermometer. You can get it, a digital pH meter. You can get it on Amazon. So just go to Amazon, type in digital pH meter and get whichever one is best for you.
Yep. And about the Matrix and all, can plants be affected by the artificial intelligence? And then what? I think plants are artificial intelligence. They're NPCs as well, because they do have a consciousness and they do have feelings, and they're just like animals in that, yes, they're NPCs, but they're also living beings and they have a personality. And that personality is more like a group personality or a hive mind personality than it is an individual consciousness. Just like trees, they're not really one personality, but they're all one personality, not individualized personalities. So yeah, I don't think plants can be negatively affected by the AI. I think they're NPCs that aren't able to be changed over to that negative form. But what do you think, Chris?
About DMT elves? I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. As you were
about
speaking.
plants.
Oh, about
can
plants.
Plants be affected by the AI?
It's possible. I mean, depending on your perspective, you know, if you think meat eating is a horrible, horrible, horrible thing, then obviously the Venus flytraps are infected with some kind of virus because they're out eating freaking meat. It's funny because the vegetarians are like, oh my God, there's so much meat eating. And it's like, well, yeah, there's a bunch of animals that eat meat and there's plants that eat meat too. You know, you're forgetting about those. Anyway, I don't know.
It's a reality of balance.
But I'm glad you brought up plants, because I wanted to talk about different energy exchanges. So you have energies that exist within the matrix and energy forms that you can harness. So you can get energy from plants, you can get energy from animals, you can get energy from all these different sources in one form or another. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to eat them. I mean, go out and sit down underneath some trees sometime and feel the energy that you're getting from those trees. Go out and, go play with a dog for 10 minutes and feel the energy you're getting from that dog. So it's not necessarily that you have to eat it. Some of them, in my opinion, are made for energy sources that you consume, and that's why you have a lion that eats the gazelle or the antelope and all of that. It's like a cycle that progresses, and there's nothing wrong with that cycle. I mean, that's just, that's the way it is. But then your own personal energy too, you have to ask, okay, well, where's my energy going to? And then what happens is you get vampirism. and when things are infected. And so you have psychic vampirism, you have different types of vampirism. I mean, you've heard about the horrific stuff that goes on these, other levels that involve children and things like that. And these things are feeding upon the energy of these children. And they understand that by doing certain things, they can heighten that energy source, amplify that energy source before taking that energy source in. And so, it can turn into a vicious type of energy exchange, which I think is number one, very important to understand the balance of things and walk in that balance, and sort of, instead of trying to be polarized one way or another. I mean, vegetarians, for example, is a perfect example. If you're just a vegetarian and you're not eating meat and stuff like that, that's cool. But I'm talking about the militant vegetarians and vegans that I run into all the freaking time. They're actually so off balance that they're exerting their energy attacking those that are not thinking along those lines, instead of asking themselves, is this a good place for me to exert my energy, and how can I be more balanced in this whole matrix system that we're living in? So it goes to show, I mean, you can be balanced one way, or you can be off balance one way or another, and then it becomes vampirism. Because like these militant vegetarians, I think at a base level, they enjoy the suffering. They enjoy making people feel bad. They enjoy that. They feed on that energy exchange of going out and being vigilant and just making people feel like absolute and total shit. And so that's another way that it's completely off balance. What do you think?
I think so too.
Looking at myself, I don't think I've ever hit a thumbs down on a YouTube video.
Yeah, me either.
No. I mean, it could be freaking Fox News telling me that Hillary Clinton is the best thing in the world, and I don't hit the dislike button. I just move on to another video.
Right.
Like, okay, cool. I'm going to another video here, and I rarely hit the thumbs up button. But when I do, it's because I say, you know what, I really like this message. I really like what this video is about, and I hit the thumbs up because I want to support that particular person. I want to put my energy in that. Videos that are just kind of like, kind of neutral, I'm just like, okay, next video. I've never felt the need to go out and just be an asshole on YouTube. Sometimes I can come off like an asshole, don't get me wrong, but I've never felt the need to just go out and just be an asshole and just go fuck with people. What is that about? That's about vampirism. I mean, we have a few people who subscribe to our channel just so they can thumb down our video. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll put a video out, I've got 2 thumbs down, probably from the same account, 2 thumbs down, like 5 seconds later. Like, you haven't even watched the video yet. Thumbs down.
Right.
Like, this is the type of, off balance and energy vampirism that people are falling into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it depends on what makes you feel good. Does it make you feel good when other people feel bad? Or when other people are hurt by what you say? If that makes you feel good, then you're infected and need to really get that out of yourself, because it will eat you alive. But most people that are organic consciousness, I've noticed, that's not their aim. Their aim is not to make people feel bad. They could just be reacting because some of their programming is still being triggered by what somebody else is saying. Even if what somebody else is saying is true, if they're in a place in their journey that they're being triggered by what somebody else is saying, then they have to delete some of this programming. And
very true. And we all struggle with
that.
Yeah. Because we're trapped in the body.
Yep.
So
and like somebody said earlier, the archons cannot I think it was Dark Star AZ said, I think what he's saying is archons can get to your low self, physical, and mid self, the mind, but not the high self, raw consciousness. That cannot be touched. That's exactly 100% right. I know that this body is, this body is not who I am, and it's not raw consciousness. I know that my body's not raw consciousness, because it can be affected and is affected by everything in my environment. My mind is a little bit more protected because it's on the inside and it's, it's something that I can control a little bit more, but also the thoughts that I have, I've noticed I've started to do this since we got back from Egypt. And that's if I have a thought, a negative thought, what I do is I try to think to myself, am I having this thought because I'm having this thought, or am I having this thought because it's something that's been placed there or something that's being triggered because of programming that I need to delete from my system? And 99 times out of 100, it's programming. It's something that's from way back when I was a kid, or it's something from 5 years ago, or it's something from 10 years ago, or, and it's something that I'm running a script or a program in my mind, and I have to delete that script and replace it with something better. And I think it's made me a much easier person to be around, as well as make it a lot easier for me to stay out of depressive states. And somebody was asking us the other day if iLife will help with depression and pain, and absolutely, I think that's part of it. Part of the reason why I'm able to think about that, to actually think about my thought processes, is because the iLife is allowing me to take a step back and say, and really analyze what it is that I'm thinking and what it is that I'm feeling.
I really love how you worked in that plug.
Oh, well.
That's awesome.
No, but it's true, though.
We do need to talk about iLife a little
It's
more
true,
because,
though.
we're not like the promotion types, but
No.
we've been getting so many freaking comments about this. Like, people are writing us and saying, hey, I've had this shoulder injury for so long. This is the only thing that works. I've had a degenerative disc disorder. It's the only thing that works. It's remarkable. Like, it's surprising me about how well it's working for people. I posted on Facebook. We got a call from a family member who's like a diehard Christian leader, anti-drug, completely against marijuana, completely against all of that.
Uh-huh.
We sent them a couple of bottles, and they were calling us going, oh my God, you have the best product in the world on your hands. Let's help you get it to more people. It's helping so many people. Oh my God, this comes from marijuana? Are you serious? I never thought marijuana would be a cure like this, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wow. I was like, these people think I'm the devil. And they were calling, telling us how wonderful the iLife is. So, how do you ignore that? How do you say, okay, well, I don't want to plug and promote stuff, while at the same time saying, hey, there's something here that really helps people. We got to mention it.
Yeah, definitely. And I just know from personal experience that I used to have to take 3 prescription strength naproxen a day. 2 per day. And that's, it's an NSAID. It's terrible for your stomach. It can cause heart attacks and strokes. And I decided, you know what? I'm just going to replace it with the iLife. I replaced it over a week ago, and I haven't needed naproxen. The inflammation is down so well that I haven't needed to take naproxen for over a week now.
Oh yeah, I had a sinus infection. I was feeling like shit. I took 1 dose and the symptoms went away. My nose was still like that, but I felt like I could move again. And after a couple more doses, boom, the swelling started going down and everything went back to normal. But I don't want to make this about iLife.
No, of course not.
However, iLife.com, AYALife.com is the website. And somebody asked if you should keep it in the refrigerator. Now, we have had bottles that we don't keep refrigerated. That's our personal use, and we've never seen a change in the way that they act.
Quality or...
However, I've worked with enough compounds in my life to know that certain molecules do better in the refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that you have to put it in the refrigerator, but it will not hurt it, and it'll probably make it last longer too. So it's probably a good idea to put it in the refrigerator. But it's totally up to you. You don't have to do it.
So do you want to go over some questions that we got from the beginning of the show? Or
yes,
okay.
let's. I want to take a break though because we got to turn on the
AC.
AC, yeah,
It's
and we
about 100
killed
degrees in here.
we killed the network clock, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I got into radio show host mode in the first hour, and I was like all on fire and everything, and then now I'm like, you know what, I love being a radio show host. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but I love interacting with each and every one of you more. I like being Chris Gio, the raw consciousness, not Chris Gio, the radio show host. And the breaks, I love the breaks, but the breaks can be impeding sometimes on the flow of information. So yeah, we just killed it for the rest of the show.
I'll have the Star Watch too. Astro Watch.
Oh, you're going to do
when we get
Astro
back.
Watch. Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. So you can do Astro Watch. All right, so we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere as we step even further beyond the veil. It's my radio show host personality coming out.
Is there any way in which one's mind can be transformed? Or is it simply a process which is nothing more than a vicious circle? I could ask, why have you come here? What were you looking for? Would it be too presumptuous of me to say that you were looking for help? That you hoped you would hear somebody who had something to say that would be of help and relevance to you as members of a world which is running into the most intense difficulty. A world beset by a complex of problems, any one of which would be bad enough. But when you add together all the great political, social, and ecological problems with which we are faced, they are appalling. They are appalling. They are appalling. They are appalling. The systems may be all right, but they are in the wrong hands because we are all, in various ways, self-seeking, lacking in wisdom, lacking in courage, afraid of death, and we all think that's too bad. It's me that's wrong. And if only I could be the right person. Is this man going to tell me something that will help me to change myself so that I will be a more creative and cooperative member of the human race?
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mystery speak again, bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only your consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
All right, let's jump into the final hour of the broadcast. And got a really long question from Profanititis. I don't know how to say that. If he's still in the chat, I'll go over the question. If he's not, I won't go over the question. So if you are here, my brother, make yourself known. Otherwise, we'll move on to something else because this is a really long question. It's a great question, but if we're going to take all the time that it's going to take to answer it, then we want to make sure you're still here. So, Mrs. Geo.
Yes, I'm answering somebody's question that was totally unrelated to anything we're talking about. So
People like to do that.
yeah, they do. And they throw out questions that I feel like I need to answer because it's a health related question. He's wondering if it's okay to take a large dose of LSD with methadone. And
I wouldn't take methadone.
I wouldn't take methadone
Period.
if my life depended on it.
But it's your journey.
It's your, yeah.
You know.
You do. Okay, here's been my thing lately is you do whatever it is that your body needs you to do right now, and the spirituality will follow. If you deny yourself, especially if it's something that your body needs at that particular time, then you're going to trip yourself up on your own spirituality because you're going to feel like, okay, well, I'm just never going to get there. And sometimes we do need things in our life that are short-term seem counterproductive, but in the long run is something we need to go through.
Yes.
Because we need to go through it.
I understand that, that's definitely a factor, but let me put it like this. I gave ayahuasca to somebody who was on Suboxone. And he lied to me. And he told me he wasn't on anything. He told me he had fasted. He told me all this bullshit. And then he thought that we were trying to kill him because he was having a very, very, very negative reaction to the ayahuasca because he was taking the Suboxone. He was taking
Suboxone, which is buprenorphine and nalazone.
So when it comes to pharmaceuticals, especially like methadone or Suboxone, things like that, I would say walk that journey, overcome that obstacle, then move on to the next thing because I don't know. I mean, methadone and LSD could be completely safe, or it can create some serious issues. And you definitely don't want to be a guinea pig and, find out the hard way that some fucked up thing happens. And then you wind up overdosing, and then you wind up, going to the hospital, and then the police come and they're like, oh, you took LSD with your methadone. Okay, now you got to charge for this. And, it can open up a huge door. So you gotta take it one step at a time, and remove all of that. Now, if you want to quit the methadone and then drink some ayahuasca, if you can allow some space to be between the methadone dose and the ayahuasca is really good. From what I hear, I don't have firsthand experience with this, really good at helping to fight addictions.
It is.
So if you're having withdrawals, if you're having things like that, the ayahuasca will help. But then again, mixing it with methadone is not a good idea. So, it's cart before the horse or horse before the cart. Whatever the horse is, whatever the cart is it's up to you. But please don't take chances with your life, because you're at a stage right now to where you're recovering from one thing. There's no reason to completely fuck yourself up and not be able to get to the next level because you're so eager to get to that next level.
And scientifically speaking, LSD is not an inherently dangerous substance. However, it is cardiotoxic. That means it's not good for the heart in large doses. And he was saying 300 milligrams. I'm sure he means micrograms. 300 micrograms of LSD is a pretty hefty dose. And combined with the methadone, methadone is a different kind of opioid because it causes prolonged QT intervals with the heart. So combine that with the cardiotoxicity from LSD, and you could have some serious heart problems from that. And also, if you wanted to, go the route of, okay, well, I'll quit the methadone and then use ayahuasca or LSD, you still need to give it about 6 weeks. I would say 6 to 8 weeks, because methadone has such a long half-life that you would have to wait that long for it to be out of your system.
Yeah, and by then you've already detoxed.
Right, you've already detoxed by then. So
shit.
In that case, if you're if you want to go off the methadone quicker and you want to have a psychedelic experience, skip the LSD and go for Ibogaine. The Ibogaine it's kind of a male, to me at least, it's like a male version of ayahuasca. It really will kick your butt. It will, but it's safe to take while you're in withdrawal or while you still have some of that in your system. So that's also an option for you. So heal yourself. I mean, the body knows what it needs to heal. The problem is our society is set up to make us believe that, one, we don't have the intelligence necessary to heal ourselves, and number two, we're not allowed by law to have what we need to heal ourselves. And so we have to become creative, and we have to think outside the box when it comes to healing ourselves, because obviously the medical industrial complex isn't doing that. They're in the business of keeping us sick. So it's weird, because it's kind of like we have to live like that guy in 1984, in the book 1984. We have to be a little bit like Winston, where we're still working within the context of that system, but at the same time taking what we need from that system and then leaving the rest completely alone. And it takes a lot of discernment. It takes a lot of maturity to realize all of this and to actually put it into action. But once you do, you have all the power.
From what I understand, your withdrawals are a bitch. I don't know. I've never been through them, but I know that when I fast, the first few days, especially a sugar detox, is a bitch. So, I definitely feel what you're going through, man. And, there's got to be a plan to get off of it, though. You can't be on it for the rest of your life. You gotta have a plan to get to you got to have a goal in mind. It doesn't, it could be whatever you're comfortable with. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. It doesn't have to be a week. It could be whatever you're comfortable with, but you got to have a goal in mind, and you got to take it one step at a time. That's what I would say. Now, there might be some people who have taken LSD with methadone and had no problems whatsoever. I mean, I have mixed pretty much every freaking drug under the sun. I've never tried heroin. I tried meth one time, and that was when I was like, I don't know, 21 years old or something like that. I hated it. It didn't resonate with me. But, I've mixed all kinds of stuff, and under normal, textbook stuff, I should be dead. My heart should have stopped on those nights when I was mixing literally everything in fucking mass doses on top of that. So everybody's body's different. But if we say, yeah, no, there's no problem with it, then there's a problem, then there's a problem, So consider that, man. Everybody's different, but why take the chance? If I was 21 years old, I wouldn't give a fuck, and I'd just be like, fuck it, let's do it. But now that I'm a little bit later in life, a little bit more wise, I would never do the stuff that I was doing back then now, because I'm much wiser. And I think that you're also much wiser too than to do what a 20-year-old would do. Right.
And yes, Ibogaine, Ibogaine, which is the component of Iboga that you would be using, it does reset the opioid receptors, and it does kind of take you back to square one, where you're not addicted to it at all. Like it within, I think it's like 4 or 5 days. I mean, it's an intense experience that lasts a lot longer than ayahuasca does, but it does seem to reset you completely.
I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
So just a caveat.
Yeah, just a caveat.
We've never tried it.
And he said he is planning on tapering within the next 6 months. And he tried DMT, but thought he was dying on it.
It could be a reaction. I'm glad we brought this up, because antidepressants, they act on the same receptors as LSD does, and so people will take LSD or something like that on antidepressants and they won't see anything, or they'll take ayahuasca and they're taking they've messed up what, I don't remember which receptor it is. Cherie probably serotonin receptor. Yeah, and so they can't get the experience. I remember talking to one guy, as a matter of fact, on Facebook, and he could not break through. He could not blast off. He wasn't taking anything whatsoever. We went through this whole thing, and then I decided to look through his Facebook photos, and as I was looking, I realized that he was cutting some copper, and I asked him what he did for a living, and he said, I'm cutting copper for refrigerator lines. And I was like, oh, well, shit, there it is right there. It's all the heavy metal that you've been breathing in that's going to that receptor there. So, the brain structure is very different like that. So when you're on methadone, that interacts with the DMT, and the methadone also changes the brain chemistry as well. The antidepressants change the brain chemistry, all of that. So you're not going to get the same effect because you're not coming from a base level. You're coming from a level that's already saturated with different types of chemicals and components and things like that. So, that's another thing to consider in all of this.
Well, let's talk about antidepressants for a second, because Stefan mentioned antidepressants are a no-no on DMT. They're not a no-no on DMT. They can make the DMT not work as well, and you'll probably like see in black and white. You'll have visions that are black and white. It'll be a lot duller of an experience, but do not ever, ever, ever
drink
ayahuasca.
Because
take
you're
an
taking
MAOI with
that.
ayahuasca. I mean, with antidepressants, SSRIs, SNRIs, anything that affects the serotonin, including some opioids like Demerol and things like that. They do act on the serotonin receptors, and so that can also they cause something called serotonin syndrome, which is irreversible. You cannot reverse serotonin syndrome once it's starting, and you just have to wait it out. And a lot of people have died from that. So,
yeah,
you
somebody pointed out
careful
that
with that.
benzos are they shut down and limit trips.
Yes,
I can
they
attest
do.
to that firsthand. When we
Absolutely.
first started smoking, I was trying to dull the pre-flight jitters in one way or another.
The anxiety.
Cannabis made me a little too wacky.
Mhm.
We tried Xanax. I took a Xanax and then smoked DMT, and it was like black and white. I still went to hyperspace, but it was all black and white. And the elves were like, "What the fuck did you do?" And I'm like, "I'm just trying to calm myself down and just trying to enjoy the trip." And they're like, "Well, you're a fucking dumbass. Don't take this and then smoke DMT. Otherwise, we're going to be black and white. We want to be in full fucking color for you, man."
Yes. Oh, Gary wants to know, how long can you store Acacia Brew in the fridge? Days, weeks? Actually, it's months. However, after it's been in the fridge for more than, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks, it can develop fermentation, especially like a small layer of it on top of it. So what you want to do is get it to about 165 degrees for 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, just to burn off any alcohol that may have built up, and also to clean it if there's mold spores or something like that. If you see mold, throw it out. But if there's tiny little bits that you can't perceive, then it'll kill whatever's in there that will make you sick before you drink it. But yes, you can store it pretty much indefinitely. I mean, I think we've stored it for 6 months, 8 months before, and it was still good. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And we always simmer it down before we drink it.
Yeah.
Even if it's been only a couple of days, we'll still do another simmer process
And a
before
blessing.
before drinking on the day, and then drink it like an hour later after it's cooled down or whatever, just in case. So yeah.
Yes. We have tons of questions.
Okay, let's go.
Yes. Jellyfish, can you guys talk about Nephthys? I've seen visions and signs of her lately. I've also seen it's the veil before the veil of Isis on the Tree of Life. I've
never had contact with her.
I've never had contact with Nephthys, but I have encountered her energy while I'm doing tarot readings and astrology readings, and while I came across her energy several times in the Aya realm. And when we were at the Temple of Hatshepsut, she was one of the beings that was in my visions from when I went to Amenti. I believe that all of these gods and goddesses, especially like the original Egyptian pantheon, are programs. They're antivirus programs. The Nephthys program is for death, the death state, which is just as much a part of this experience in this matrix as the birth state. The birth state is Isis. She's the one that in ancient Egypt, what they used to do is when a woman had a baby, Isis, or it would be a woman dressed up as Isis, and she was the personification of Isis, would catch the baby and declare the baby living and she was said to breathe life into the infant and give it its name and welcome it to the world. And Nephthys is the opposite. She helps, she's a program that helps the person come to terms with their own mortality, the death process, making it not so traumatic, ending the life in as much of a respectful way as the way it began, and then paying attention to where the soul is going after it departs from the body. If it sticks around too long, it can become kind of a ghost in the machine where it's not in any reality formally. It's just kind of floating through this one. And it helps to prevent that from happening and to cross over to whatever it is that the soul needs to move on to, whether that's a different reality altogether inside of the machine, outside of the machine, or back to this reality in a different incarnation. So that's my answer to what the Nephthys program is.
Excellent.
So
No, my three go-tos are Isis, Osiris, and Anubis. Those are the three that I've always resonated with.
yeah, and
But I think it might be different for every person. You
when
know?
we were in the King's Chamber and we reset the matrix up there.
Oh, and Sekhmet. That's when Sekhmet
Oh,
came into
Sekhmet.
it.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Sekhmet. See, Sekhmet is an antivirus program extraordinaire. She's like
firewall.
she's the firewall.
Yeah.
She is what keeps. She was what was supposed to keep the archons on their side of the board. You know, keep them on their side of the line, and keep them from having too much power over the rest of the matrix.
She created this fiery lioness firewall around us, around the whole sarcophagus. It was incredible. Like, you know, the first time that I had contact with Sekhmet was when we went to her temple in Karnak, and the guy handed you the keys, and you unlocked the padlock, and we walked into the temple, and we were able to stay in the temple for like 30, 45 minutes and live stream it on freaking Facebook on top of that. So we did a Sekhmet live stream meditation, and that was the first time that she really was like, okay, you're here, so now I'm making myself known. And she was fierce, like, you know, and she said, don't fuck this up again. And I'm like, yeah, I know we fucked it up before. I totally get it. And we're not going to fuck it up this time. Don't worry. It's going to happen. But then she came out in full force, but she never came before, and she hasn't come afterwards. She's only called like when she's absolutely needed.
Yes, exactly. And it's very rare that she is actually needed. I've seen a lot of people, I wouldn't say abuse, but misuse or overuse her power to deal with each other, like to deal with other organic consciousness or to deal with NPCs or things that are extremely minor, that you should actually be dealing with yourself. And so I just want to put it out there that she's not to be used as a firewall to just be used against anybody and everybody that you don't like or that's pissing you off or that, you know, that you have a problem with, because those problems are there for a reason. They're there to teach you how to deal with things. And by just immediately putting up the firewall of Sekhmet, you're overusing her power. You're throwing
and
a nuke at an anthill.
Well, and not only that, but you're also giving your power away.
Exactly.
Because the power comes from being able to deal with these situations on your own.
When you make it Sekhmet's responsibility to do this, you're taking that responsibility away from yourself, which is ultimately taking away your own power.
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny, the dynamic that we were working with them in Egypt, because we entered on an even playing field. When we walked into the Temple of Isis, I saw Isis in her absolute true form, no illusion, no nothing like that. And I looked at her, I said, "Are you ready for this?" She didn't say, are you ready? I said, are you ready for this? Because I'm going to do what I need to do. You need to make sure you do what you need to do. And everybody was totally on the same page. Sekhmet, she came out, she created the firewall. She didn't help in the situation in the sense that she was taking responsibility away from me as I was traveling up to the 13th, or even making it easier for me to do that. I was playing my role, which was to get my ass in the sarcophagus, drink a heavy freaking dose of ayahuasca, and blast off with no freaking fear. She was creating the barrier around us that was preventing others from coming in and interfering with what I was doing. So I wasn't interfering with what she was doing. She wasn't interfering with what I was doing. Everybody was working in perfect unison together. And this is the point that we need to get to, where we're working in unison as partners, not as, I don't want to use the word helper, crutches. That's a good word, crutches. A lot of people have been using these deities as crutches, and you're just taking your power away from yourself. Imagine if you walked, or if you walked around in a wheelchair all the time, and you could perfectly walk. You could walk perfectly well, but you chose to sit in a wheelchair and just drive yourself everywhere. After doing that for a month, 2 months, 3 months, your legs aren't going to work anymore. Your legs aren't going to be strong. You've got to build the strength up in yourself by walking around, by doing this, by doing that. You can't just sit there and just let something else do the work for you.
Yeah, not
Same premise with this. We as conscious beings, we've been using these entities as crutches instead of working with them and they working with us. Does that make sense? Am I explaining it right? Okay.
Somebody also,
now, if you need a hand up from time to time during the first stages, by all means, that's great. But the goal needs to be where you're working eye to eye.
That's also kind of what the ISIS program is for. When you're in the first stages of your journey with things like ayahuasca or DMT or psychedelics in general, or a spiritual path, ISIS is the one you kind of want to turn to in those first stages, because she, like I said, she's the mother that brings new life in and introduces life to the world. And that's it. You're opening up a whole new life for yourself when you decide to go down this path. And so, yes, absolutely, you kind of do need that motherly figure to welcome you into this world of spirit. But at a certain point, you don't need her anymore. And if you are finding that it's been 5 years, 10 years, and you still need her, then it's just like if you still needed your parents to wipe your butt when you're 5, 6, 7 years old. It's not necessary, and in fact, it's detrimental to yourself to continue doing that. And so, learning who you are and what you're capable of, and pushing the limits of what you think you can do, is what this reality is about. And especially spiritually, because that's the hardest part. I mean, the physical part's easy. I mean, anybody can be, I'm kind of being a little bit facetious here, but anybody can be a millionaire. Anybody can make a bunch of money. Anybody can be ruthless, and anybody can be smart, and a genius, and an evil genius, and make tons and tons of money and do well for themselves physically in this reality. But it takes a lot more work to be a spiritual millionaire, so to speak. It takes a lot of hard work, and that hard work may involve initially those gods and goddesses, those programs, those helpful programs, but at some point you've got to rely on yourself. So
that is very true. There's an idea that I want to express to everybody, but I want to do so without offending anybody's gurus or leaders or people that people look up to or anything like that. So I guess the best way to say it is like this. When you've done the work, when you've gone through the shit, when you've been through the flames, when you've forged yourself into a sword, into a balanced sword, into a balance of light and darkness. You've been through the shit. You've been through the light. You've been through it all. And you come out in a way that's a little different than what we are first led to believe that a guru is. You know, we think of a guru or teacher or something like this as somebody that's sitting on a rock going, oh, look how, you know, all this and that I am and all that. And it's like, okay, cool. So you got to that first level. But obviously I can see in your eyes, and I can tell by the way you're talking, that you haven't actually been through the shit. And the shit is just as important as all the other stuff, because the shit is what really, once you go through that, once you go through the fire and step into the fire, that's where the sword is forged. The sword isn't forged in a bed of feathers. The sword is forged in a fire. So when I hear all these people like with this, oh, namaste, oh, love and light, oh, this and that, and blah, 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 you know, the speakers. Now, we should interact like that as much as we can. But at the same time, you know, the way that I interact with people is, if you come at me with love, I'm going to return that love. If you come at me with hate or fear or anything like that, I'm going to not necessarily give you any of my hate or fear or anything like that, but I'm going to project that back to you. Because I've created shields around myself that are reflective. And so you come at me with negative energy, you're going to get negative energy right back. You're not going to get me smiling and turning the other cheek and just sitting there and just taking it like a little bitch. So I'm very skeptical of all these people that have that artificial smile on their face that tell you everything is hunky-dory and there's all these beings waiting to save us and do this and do that and blah, 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 blah. What I'm looking for is the people that have been through the shit, because that's where the true power comes from. That's where the transformation comes from. So you can't be afraid of the fire, because if you never step into the fire, you're never going to become the sword.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to go through those hardening processes, and it's like a diamond in the rough. You know, it will result in something much greater. The person you will be at the end of this journey will be much, much different in a good way than who you are now.
Well, and somebody pointed out, Heart of the Rebel pointed out in the chat, I'm not going to say the person's name because that's not what this is about, but they said blank calls themselves a guru. And that's another huge red flag. Mm-hmm. I stay away from anybody that calls themselves guru, shaman, anything like that. Because all of these things, the real teachers, the real shaman, the real gurus don't refer to themselves as that. Other people recognize it within themselves. And so they see and they're like, oh, that's a shaman, that's a guru, that's this, that's that. They don't go announcing it, because if you haven't realized that, in my humble opinion, you're not quite there yet. You're not quite ready for that next step. So that's my particular journey, my particular advice. But like even my ancient name, I will never, ever, ever speak it. But I've had people come up to me and say, hey, wait a minute. I know who you are. You are so-and-so. They see it in me. If I say it, then it's an illusion. If you see it, then it's real. Right.
I'm seeing which... Joanna said, I wonder if your Egypt trip changed everything, even how things turned up decades ago, if time is like liquid. I'm trying to say how huge the thing in the Egypt trip was on so many levels. It was huge. And thank you for recognizing that. I told my sister, I'm sure she probably thinks I'm crazy, but when we were in Greece after Egypt, I told my sister in a Facebook message, you have no idea what we just did, and it'll probably be a long time before people like you realize, you know, what exactly we did and the importance of it. And she just kind of ignored me. I think she thought I was just drunk or crazy or something. But no, I see what we did, and I'm.
Somebody asked,
so proud of us.
Ken asked, what's the meaning of life? It's funny because we actually have this on back to Aya Life here on the Aya Life website. First of all, we have what's the meaning of Aya, which I don't think we've ever gone over. So, quick little thing here.
Yeah.
Aya has many different meanings. In Greek, it means holy. In Japanese, it means beautiful. In Hebrew, it means to fly swiftly. In Arabic, it means amazing or miracle. In Turkish mythology, Aya symbolizes the good soul, and the Turkish lore. And in Turkish lore, the Ayas are the benevolent angels that live in the sky. They are seen as a source of abundance and creativity on Earth. Most importantly, Aya is the spirit of Mother Earth in South America. It's the energy that flows in each and every one of us. It is unity. It is love. It is respect for all living things, NPCs included. It symbolizes the love of a mother, the same love that a mother has for her child, an unconditional love like no other. What does Aya mean to you? And then down here at the bottom, we have what's the meaning of life? To live well. That's the meaning. To live well.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Living, there's a huge difference between living your life and surviving your life. And I've learned the difference in a very powerful way in the last 9 years that we've been doing this. And the difference lies in the ability to wake up in the morning loving your life and loving the people in your life and being grateful for breathing. I think that's one thing that the experiences I had, especially the negative 13th dimensional experience in the Great Pyramid, it really taught me that I have to be grateful for every breath that I take. I have to be grateful for every single second that I have here and take full advantage of every single moment, and especially focus on the moments that are good, the moments where I'm fulfilled and happy and all is well. That is what I have to focus on, because it isn't always going to be fun, and there's always going to be pain with my body, and there's always going to be something that's making this avatar difficult to live in. But if I focus on those times, those peak times that are wonderful and that are worth living for, then it makes me a much more well-rounded person and makes me realize that my life has meaning. That's what brings meaning to my life. And so just because you're feeling a certain way right now doesn't mean you're going to feel that way a week from now or a month from now or a year from now or 10 years from now. And I think that's another misconception about the New Age, the truth movement that's kind of merged with the New Age movement in the last 5-10 years, is that you have to be higher consciousness all the time, 24/7, 365.
It's not realistic.
No excuses for eating meat, no excuses for drinking a soda, no excuses for smoking, no excuses for vaping. Okay, well, let's throw out...
We tried that.
Yeah, we tried.
We tried living like that. We tried living the way the truth movement told us we were supposed to live. And there was a lot of arguments as a result.
Yeah.
She was drinking sodas, for example.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are you drinking that? It's poison and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Not even thinking, everybody's freaking body's different here. And here she is getting down to like 80 pounds and she's trying to put as many freaking calories in her as she possibly can. And I'm yelling at her about sodas and stuff like this. Now I'm like, you do whatever's best for your body. And boom, this is what we get.
Over 100 pounds now and feeling great. I do well with large amounts of caffeine and sugar. I do well with that. I keep my dental health up. So I don't have poor dental hygiene because of the sugar intake. I watch, my blood sugar. I make sure that what I'm doing to my body isn't making it worse. But I've noticed that there are certain things that make my body act better, and then other things which make my body worse. And trying to live this ascetic lifestyle where I never eat sugar or meat or anything like that or caffeine, it doesn't work for my body. It may be from the time I was a kid, I always had sugar and caffeine and things like that in my diet. And so it could be the case where taking it out is just pushing my body to perform in a way that it wasn't trained to perform. It was trained to perform with these elements.
I mean, remember when we tried vegetarianism
Oh,
for
God.
like 2 or 3 months?
That was
And That was
awful.
another time. Boom, back to freaking 80
Yeah.
pounds.
Yeah.
And, we were both like, well, we have to be vegetarian because that's the path to higher consciousness and all this. And here she is withering away.
Yeah.
And finally, we were just like, all right, screw this. Just do what the body says to do. And
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Everybody's different.
people throw shit at us for the vegetarian thing. And it's like, well, your opinions and the shit that you're throwing, it can't outweigh our personal experiences.
Mhm.
And so we're different. I can't eat a ton of meat. I can't eat a ton of calories. I mean, obviously, I put on weight very quickly. And so I don't drink sodas. I don't do things like that.
Mhm.
But she, on the other hand, is the opposite side of the spectrum. So what am I supposed to do? Say, okay, well, this way is the right way. It doesn't matter what you're experiencing or I'm experiencing. This is what they say we're supposed to be doing. Or is the message supposed to be, you got to do what's best for yourself?
Right.
I think the most responsible and mature thing is you got to do what's best for yourself.
Exactly. And you can't, living an ascetic lifestyle, and this goes back to this fear and punishment thing that I was talking about in the first segment. When we hit the reset button, we're no longer bound to a fear / punishment / karma reality. That was the virus, the AI being infected with the virus. That was the program that it was putting out, was fear and punishment. If you perform an action, then you have to deal with the consequences of such action. And the consequences, it's like if you do A, then B happens every time. No exceptions, and whether you're afraid of it or not, it's going to happen. I think now it's switched over to it's more of a fair karma thing. You are only bound to the consequences which you believe that you are, and it's not one size fits all. If you drink sodas, you're going to get diabetes. If you do this, then you're going to get lung cancer. If you smoke, you're going to get lung cancer. I don't think it's like that anymore. I think it's more about what you personally feel like you deserve. And as long as you're not hurting anyone else in this matrix, you can do whatever you want. And it's all in the mind, and the mind is what's creating the consequences of your actions. So, and that's why, some people can smoke a pack a day for 50, 60 years and never get lung cancer. And it's because they
Very
don't
true.
think
Let's
they are
move
going
on,
to get
though,
lung cancer.
Because my
Yeah.
head's spinning a little bit from talking about all the
Yeah. No
health
problem.
stuff. Let's get into
Yeah.
some higher consciousness. I do want to make a comment from the chat, though. Somebody said they're having a hard time getting the supplies for ayahuasca in the UK, and they ordered some from somebody in Mexico, and it arrived after a Western Union payment. And that is awesome, awesome, awesome to hear. They said it was really good. It worked great, all that. But I'm sure I don't need to say this, but be really, really careful if anybody's asking for Western Union, because once you pay Western Union, that's it. There's no recourse whatsoever. So I'm really glad that you found a great supplier, but be really careful when anybody asks for Western Union only. That goes for anything you buy online. Always use a debit card, always use PayPal, or always use something that you have some kind of recourse in the event that you don't get what you paid for.
Sorry, I'm going through these questions
no
that we got
problem.
from the beginning of the show. Teresa de la Vega said, "Feels different to me since we hit the reset. Feels different to me. I feel more content, not reactive, and clearer. I know I've transformed and had a wild ride. So grateful to be on this side now." Thank
Awesome.
you. Wonderful.
It does feel like it feels like it's a new, it feels like it's a new era here. And, I came back feeling like I finished and that I shouldn't even be here. But now I'm starting to understand the next step, the next journey, and there's still much, much, much more work to do.
Hazel Collins wants to know, hey, Chris and Sheree, can you give tips on how we can master the game?
I almost heard something else there. God, my mind is dirty.
No, that'll
All right.
come after the show.
All right, so give tips on how to master the game. I need a little more to go off of.
I think she's talking about how to master the game of this reality. How do you master it?
It's a process, and it's a constant, every day, every moment discipline. It's a discipline. That's what it is. It's understanding the game. It's being able to disconnect yourself from your biases, which ultimately are part of your AI programs. And, one thing that the Hindu and the Buddhists have right is that the goal, and I didn't understand this 10 years ago or 5 years ago, or no, about 8 years ago, when we had this Swami guy on, and he said, what my goal is to become the observer. I didn't understand it. I thought you had to be, active participant in all the little different dramas and truth movements and all this stuff. But he was completely and totally spot on that, is to become the observer. And when you unlock your mission, if you have one, some people don't. Some people are just here just to experience. But if you unlock your mission, fulfill the mission, but become the observer. Disconnect yourself enough from your emotions, from your body, from yourself, that you're able to fully navigate within the matrix. And then you can really provoke true change in the matrix, because now you're playing the game from a place of disconnection and not being pulled emotionally one direction or another. But it is a constant struggle. And then other things start happening, very interesting things that are kind of small confirmations, manifestations, things like that. I did a video a few months ago about the car being stuck in the driveway, and the key would not come out of the ignition either. So not only was the car stuck, I tore up the tires trying to get the car out because it was stuck in this hole and there was snow and all this stuff. And then the key jammed in there and I could not get it out. We were calling people, trying to get somebody out here. And I walked outside and I just looked at the car and I said, you will release this key right now. And for that moment, which is still a moment that I'm still trying to remaster. I'm trying to master, because it was a momentary situation that happened here. But that key released from there, and I put the key back in, and the car just drove right out of the driveway. It was that moment of pure realization, of pure knowing. It wasn't even believing, it was pure knowing that was able to manifest and manipulate physical reality. Now, if we can move closer and closer and closer to those states of being able to control our environment, even on the material level, then I think we're getting closer and closer and closer to mastering the game. Now, another way of mastering it is being able to fully understand it. And when you fully understand it, the positive and negative, the balance of the two, yes, we have artificial negativity, darkness that is not supposed to be here. Like, here's positive and negative. We're way over here in the negative charge. We're trying to move back over to a place of balance. But when we can get to that place and observe things and understand the matrix, I think ultimately that's the mastery over the matrix. But that's where I am on my journey right now. I haven't mastered the matrix yet. I'm still working on that, and we're all doing it together. So that's where I'm at now. 2 months from now may be completely different. I was about to say 2 years, but the way time's been moving, 2 months is going to be like 2 years of work. It's amazing how this is happening. So I hope that was an okay answer. That's what my raw consciousness was projecting.
So Heart of the Rebel noted in the first hour, computer screens and phone screens are similar to the black scrying mirrors that occultists have used.
Ooh.
That's an interesting perspective, because I've often wondered if I've had several past lives, I'll just put it that way, several past lives of being what you would call a witch or, an occultist, in times that it was not politically safe to be one. And I think that we used technology back then that that anthropology doesn't realize and doesn't think about. And us using that technology was what caused all of the backlash from the church, because the church wasn't going after witches as much as they were going after destroying technology that was threatening to the AI. What do you think? These book burnings weren't really about religion and control as much as it was about destroying the knowledge of the technology so that the AI could not be fought against in a technical way.
I think so. I mean, there was a complete destruction of old information and an injection of new information through religious doctrines and things like that. And now we turn to those religious doctrines and say, hey, this is truth, when it's clearly a bastardization. Even the Gnostic texts have been spun towards Christianity and spun in one direction and spun in another. And I actually met somebody the other day. I was talking to him on Facebook, and they actually recognized it. It was one of the first people that's like, no. It's Gnosticism. It's not Christian Gnosticism. You have to look beyond that. There's more, way beyond that. And I'm like, wow, okay, cool. It's nice to see other people digging that far deep. But to me, even the information, I know this is a little bit off point, but even the information we find in ancient texts pales in comparison to the information that you are carrying within you in your raw consciousness. You just have to be able to clear the area out in order to get there. But I think we have it all. I mean, sure, there was a memory wipe when we came in, but it didn't wipe the memory of the raw consciousness. So maybe memory wipe is not necessarily the best way to frame it, but rather it was an injection of this blank slate that's covering up our raw consciousness and keeping us disconnected from that raw consciousness. And so we come in feeling like we've been memory wiped, but as a matter of fact, it's just a layer that's on top of the raw consciousness at birth. And then that layer begins to build up more and more and more and more based on all of our experiences until this layer gets so freaking big that now we have to dive through a freaking mountain to get back down to the raw consciousness part of ourselves. But it's always there. There's nothing that can take that away. It can only cover it up. You have to uncover it.
Right, exactly.
And some ancient texts, I find some stuff that resonates here and there. The problem is, I have not found a single ancient text that I'm like, yes, this is the truth 100%. These people knew exactly what they were talking about.
Right. Even the Emerald Tablets.
Have
been.
There's a lot of bullshit in there.
It's not. It
some
may
of
not be that it's bullshit as much as it is mistranslated.
It's ego traps.
And misguided.
Well, there's some ego traps. So,
yeah.
The way that I read an ancient text, and this is maybe this will help some people out there. I think to myself, okay, what is this particular thing that I'm reading provoking within myself? Is it provoking selflessness, or is it provoking some kind of egoic underlying tone? What is my motivation for going after a particular piece of information? Am I trying to find more power? And is that power a selfish type of power? Or is the motivation behind finding the power within myself a selfless type of motivation? Is it an ego trap that puts me, if I was to walk this particular path, would it make me feel like I'm bigger than everybody else? Or would it make me closer to my raw consciousness and make me realize that we're all raw consciousness as well? And so, I don't know. I mean, there's a few more specific examples I can get into, but I don't want to. because I'm sure it's going to offend a few people, and I don't want to offend a few people. I don't want to offend anybody at all. But there's ego traps, and when you're reading these, you gotta ask yourself, like, what's my motivation for reading this, and what is this doing to me? Is this pushing me in a particular direction? I mean, I went to a completely selfless place. I went to complete raw consciousness, and what I unlocked was, and I hope I can say this without sounding egoic, it unlocked a greatness like I had never expected. I didn't look into the ayahuasca experiences or ancient texts and go, I'm looking for greatness. Instead, I looked and I said, I'm looking for what's inside of myself. When I did that, I realized, oh, I'm here to do something for the greater good. I'm here for a particular reason. That unlocked the raw consciousness, which unlocked the raw mission, which then unlocked going and freaking drinking ayahuasca in the pyramid. I mean, whether you want to believe the Matrix was reset or not, just the simple fact of drinking fucking ayahuasca in the king's fucking chamber of the Great Pyramid is epic and fucking historical. But I didn't go in there into the ayahuasca experience at all, thinking I want to go do something epic and historical. I thought to myself, I want to unlock what's inside of myself, and how can I help the greater good? And that led to unlocking the mission. So it's really intention, and that's why these ego traps are there. If you are looking for a piece of information because you're looking for buried treasure, there's a great example. If you're reading something and you're like, okay, I'm going to find the buried treasure. I'm going to go find the gold that's buried here under this particular place, and this ancient text is telling me that there's gold. And of course, this is alchemical allegory that I'm using here. But I'm going to go find the gold. I'm going to go turn this lead into gold. Then that's where you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck on all these different rabbit trails trying to turn the lead into gold. But if you look at it, what's inside of me? What's my purpose? How can I help people? Then you'll be amazed at what type of greatness is inside of you.
Definitely. Seth Grierand, sometimes there's a demonic character in my dreams that is always after me, and it always takes place in the same place. My dreams now seem like they're connected with each other instead of just randomness. Do you feel like you're...
Like episodic dreams?
Yeah. Like there's a dream that's just an extension of the dream you had before, which is an extension of the dream you had before, like a storyline playing out.
My dreams have been so bizarre lately. I don't know what to make of them. So we told you earlier about a family member that was a Christian leader that was calling and raving about Aya Life. And, these people under normal circumstances, they think I'm the freaking devil. But here they are. They call me and they call Cherie. And, I'm listening and I'm like, oh my God, this is freaking amazing. And I mean, they're just on fire for Aya Life. And they're like, we're so proud of you. We're this and that. Just so much positive energy. That night, I had a dream that we split up, that you were just completely pissed off at me for some reason. I don't know what.
Aww.
And that person that called came and picked you up, and I was actually telling them off about how they're brainwashing you and all this stuff.
Aww.
So here I have the exact opposite dream of what happened the following day. What do you make of that? What's going on here in the dream realm? Why is the dreams now becoming the complete opposite of what reality is? Or prophetic. It's like an opposite propheticness. So that's something that I've never seen before, but I'm aware of it now.
Yeah, I've noticed that things that I'm worried about in my dreams are actually, it's usually the opposite is actually occurring in real life. And so it's almost like I'm fighting realities, fighting potential realities in the dream world. And then in real life, the right thing happens. Such as, okay, so you deep down inside, you've always had like this fear, or not a fear, but a worry or a concern that I will be brainwashed by the Christian rhetoric again, and that I will be pulled back into the mind control that is religion.
Not now.
I mean, yeah.
Not in 2018.
Well, yeah.
In 2010, yes.
Yes.
In 2018, no.
So possibly it could be that in the dream realm, you were confronting those old fears and recycling those old fears. And then the very next day, you get confirmation that that indeed has been deleted. And you don't have to worry about those worries anymore. And that's completely off the table now. But you had to have that dream in order to delete the data.
So it was the deletion of the data and the completion of the struggle that was internal.
Yep.
Wow, you're just on fire.
Aww.
You know, we've gone over 3 hours, but this is such a freaking awesome show that
we're going to go 4.
I want to keep it going. Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, that was really good. Like,
thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. I've noticed it's happened a lot with different nightmares that I have. And then the very next day, something the opposite of what the nightmare was about happens. Like the night before, you did something really, really sweet for me. I forget what it was. Oh, yeah. He got me an SSD for my new laptop so that I'd have plenty of room and wouldn't have to use Dropbox and stuff like that anymore. And I could have all of my stuff on one computer.
She got a 2 terabyte
a 2 terabyte SSD.
Big time.
Which, yeah, that was a pretty big gift. But the night before, I had a nightmare that he was mad at me for spending money on something or something like that, and he was just really, really mean in the nightmare. And I woke up feeling kind of like, that was awful. And then the opposite happened. So I think it's really just the raw consciousness coming in and deleting data that's unnecessary, and that could also contain malware. So
could be archons too.
Yeah, it could be archons.
Think about this, because I was just thinking about this as we were talking. The archonic influences that put negative thought patterns. Now, it was a negative thought pattern within the dream itself, which is one thing. But imagine if you would have taken those feelings and applied them to reality. That's how the archons manipulate. So
exactly,
you have a dream that your significant other is cheating on you, and you wake up the next day and treat them like absolute shit. That's the archons fucking with you in your dreams.
Exactly.
Could be something like that.
If you had woken up and the first thing you thought of whenever I said, I'm my grandfather's text messaging me. If the first thing you thought of was, he's probably trying to get her to come back. Oh my God, the nightmare is coming true. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then he acted like that was the case. Then it could have opened up a whole new traumatic relationship struggle and fight and all of this. If we're not open to seeing reality as, hey, if we're prone to seeing reality in a negative way, then the archons are very, very good at being able to use our dreams and our imagination, especially, to create situations that don't exist, and to create problems that wouldn't have existed unless you manifested it. So.
Somebody said, I wonder if there's any connection with 5G towers. It's possible. I had an ayahuasca experience that told me that the 5G is another arm of the artificial intelligence, and it's using that as a conduit as well to try to kind of regain control. But again, I have to ask myself, how much energy and fear do I want to give to these things? I mean, we have Gwen towers all over the place. Gwen towers do the exact same thing that 5G is supposed to do. Why would they need to build 5G when they already have technology literally everywhere that's projecting at the exact frequency of brainwaves? I mean, it's already there. Is 5G really as nefarious as people believe it to be? How many wolf cries, I guess we can call it that. How many wolf cries have we had in the past? going back and being in this for so long and looking back at all the different scares from, the Russians are going to bomb us, to the Libyans are going to bomb us, to, they've got all these weapons. If there's black goo all over the place and there's all this stuff, I'm much more hesitant to give my energy and fear to, something like 5G. But there could be some truth to it. It could be some kind of weird, brain manipulations, things like that. I don't think we've had any 5G in our area.
No.
Now, I know when we were in Colorado, we had 5 smart meters outside of our bedroom window. 5, because we lived in condos. And so each one of the condos, I think maybe it was 6, 3 downstairs, 3 upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
They were all centered literally right next to our bedroom. I can tell you this too, when I had my router in the studio, I was, feeling like I was being cooked, and I was just in a low frequency. Once we moved it to the other side of the house, completely different. So yeah, these waves do interact, but on what level do they interact, and how much control do we have to overcome these effects? I mean, we're swimming in Wi-Fi right now. We're swimming in all different frequencies. We're swimming in radiation. We're swimming in all this shit. At what point do we say, okay, the human body is capable of evolving through this? Because we've survived, at least if you want to think of things in an evolutionary timeline, we've survived a lot of shit in our time. The human body adapts. So what choice do we have when we have all of these frequencies all around us? The only viable choice that I see is one of two. Either one, live in fear of it, or number 2, master it. And it's very hard for people to step over to that number 2 line, but really it becomes a matter of survival at that point. Like, I have no choice but to adapt to the radiation from Fukushima. I can't do anything about it. I can't, just create a little barrier around myself of lead and whatever blocks radiation. I can't do that. I have to tell my body, this is what you're going to overcome. And I think we give a lot of our energy and fear to these things because we're on social media, back to what we were talking about in first hour, where we're worried about it 24 freaking hours a day.
There's no room for...
I saw a flow chart the other day. I wish I had it so I could put it up on the screen. It says, do you have a problem? And yes, no. So you go, yes. Okay. Is there a solution to the problem? And it's yes. Then it goes down to a little thing that says, don't worry. Or is there a solution to the problem? Then it goes down to the thing and it says no. Then it goes down to the thing that says, don't worry. And then at the very top of the flow chart, do you have a problem? If you go no, it goes down to the same little bar that says, okay, don't worry. So I thought that flow chart was awesome. Like, if there's a problem and you can't do anything about it, don't worry about it. If there's a problem and you can do something about it, don't worry about it, because you can do something about it. So there's no need to worry about it because you have a solution to the problem. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have a problem, there's nothing to worry about. So really, worry is just like a wasted emotion that I would go so far as to say is an archonic manipulation, because that's the way the archons grab into you and move you from one point to another. And right back to mastering the matrix and disconnecting yourself. This is what I'm talking about when I say disconnection, be the observer, and all of this. Shit happens. You just got to deal with it. Some shit happened to me today and I was just freaking fired up over it. And then I caught myself and I'm like, all right, why am I getting pissed off about this? Okay, yeah, I got to put in a whole shitload of extra work now because this bullshit happened. But fuck it, man. Why? There was a few moments when I let my emotions get the better of me. But what if I was just constantly stuck in that state all the time? It wouldn't be a viable way to function.
No, it wouldn't. Cosmos of Compassion said, do you think maybe part of balancing the matrix is balancing the hemispheres of the brain?
Could be. As
above, so below.
Yeah.
You've got the left brain, which is kind of the artificial. I think the left brain is more of the we all, even if we're organic consciousness, we still have that connection to the artificial intelligence and to the matrix itself, the lines of code, the zeros and ones that make up reality. And that's our left brain. It's the mathematics and calculations and facts and figures. And in 1945, World War II ended. It's those facts and figures. And then the right brain is the spiritual part, the softer female aspect that flows. It doesn't just, shoot off in a straight line. It flows up and down and around and any which way. And there's much more freedom in that. But both sides of the equation have to be in complete balance with one another. Just like when your heart is weighed, when you die, that heart can't be any lighter or any heavier than that feather. It has to be exactly balanced in order for you to proceed to the field of reeds.
Yeah.
So.
And the number one rule of a radio show host is never admit your flaws, never admit you were wrong.
Uh-huh.
It is. I'm serious. Like, this is what all the radio show hosts say. Never admit your flaws, never admit that you were wrong. But the reason why I always tell you my flaws, the reason I always tell you why I'm wrong when I'm wrong, is because I want people to understand that this is a constant struggle. It's a battle that we're all facing. I can tell you these things, but putting them into practice is much more difficult than saying them. And I struggle just like everybody does out there. And so I want you to know that the struggle is part of the journey. It's part of it. You can't expect yourself to be perfect. You can't, like I just had that, like earlier today when that shit happened, I was fucking pissed. I was like ready to just yell at the top of my lungs, but it was momentary. And it was that momentary, that realization that made it momentary. And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter if you're in the shit. It's the realization that you are in the shit that gets you out of it.
Definitely. I'm trying to get through these questions because I am getting kind of tired.
I know. It's hot in here too.
Yeah. Joanna said, have you noticed the sun disk sign protecting you? Asking because I noticed a huge change in our home.
We haven't seen any gray activity whatsoever.
Nope. No grays, no.
As a matter of fact, I think I saw them a couple of nights ago and they didn't come in. Usually what happens, and it's happened a couple of times, is we'll see this flash of light, and we picked up some of this on video footage too. I posted it on YouTube, and people were like really, really, really pissed off about it. And I'm like, I'm just posting what the fuck I recorded here, okay? We were in freaking Egypt here, and we got this weird fucking flash of lights happening and this weird freaking thing going on. Anyway, so people weren't really interested in that, so I don't want to talk about it too much, but we see this flash of light, and then we both get really sleepy. And it's happened more often than not. I saw the flash of light and we didn't fall asleep. And I'm like, oh, something different is going on here. Something different is going on. So I don't know. Could just be in our heads, or it could have actually worked as intended. So however you want to interpret that.
Yeah. Gary Nemesis, have you tried to have an out-of-body experience without Aya? I recently had one but kept my eyes closed during it, and the Raw family spoke with me and told me to take Acacia, but the Grays cut the connection.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
It's kind of hard to say OBEs because that's what's been happening to me lately over the last couple of months, is when I close my eyes. And it's a certain state. It's not like I just close my eyes and like right now, it's the state of in between awake and asleep that all of a sudden my consciousness just is like, okay, go and to this other dimension here. It's not like an ayahuasca experience, but it's not an out of body in the sense that people talk about, oh, I left my body and I was able to see my body and this and that. On ayahuasca, that doesn't even happen either. It's not, ayahuasca for me hasn't really been out of body experiences in the sense that I'm seeing myself laying down right there. It's more like out of dimensional, interdimensional experiences where all of a sudden this dimension leaves. the body is no longer, it doesn't exist in the dimension that the consciousness travels to in the ayahuasca experiences. So I'm wondering if you experienced the same thing, and if that's your definition of an out of body experience. Yes, I have been having those recently.
Heart of the Rebel. The virus is the unnatural darkness that is creating the unrelenting chaos that has happened on this planet for the past 10,000 years. I guess that was more of a statement than a question.
Yep. Totally agree.
All right. What do we think about the Anunnaki? How much stock do you put into the theory that humans are the result of genetic manipulation by the Anunnaki? You can go ahead and give your take on it, but I developed a whole new theory just in the last couple hours.
I'm pretty sure that I'm right on top of your theory. Watch this. So the Anunnaki is either one of two things. It's either allegory for beings that are in the real world, or it's complete and total, not bullshit, because it was a vital part of breaking the religious programming for me. When I realized that all of the biblical books were actually plagiarized from several different sources, I started looking at the sources and reading the stories from a completely different context. So that was, the different. It was a good stepping stone, but nowadays I don't put literal credence into those stories that beings came from another planet and started genetically manipulating the beings here. It could very well have been when the virus took over and started manipulating the bodies, the organic computers here, or it could just all be allegory. Did I hit any of it?
Kind of.
Kind of?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
cool.
one part of it that I agree with, and I think Atlantis, the story of Atlantis and the story of the Anunnaki have a lot of similarities, and I'm thinking that depending on what part of the world you come from or what your religion is, you're predisposed to believe either one or the other, or you don't believe either of them. But I think maybe both of those stories could be consolidated into one story where we had organic consciousness come in and they were given too many privileges. And as a result, they started creating NPCs indiscriminately and experimentally creating different kinds of NPCs to use as slaves or to use as they saw fit, or to eat, or whatever it was that they wanted to do with them. And that's what caused the virus to infect the AI.
Interesting you say that, because as you're speaking, I'm really resonating with what you're saying, because when I touched the pyramid in Saqqara, I saw Stargate. I saw these beings that had this elephant type trunk. The stones were telling me a story that wasn't necessarily related directly to the raw mission, but it precluded the raw mission. Now I'm wondering if these beings that I saw, the snout beings, were what we would call Anunnaki. So you may have hit it again on the head.
I'm just on fire tonight.
Way to go.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's truth to the Anunnaki story, but they're not people from another planet or, anything like that. They're just organic consciousness that screwed up.
I still haven't figured out what it was that we saw at Saqqara. Because this was ancient,
Yeah,
and there were dinosaurs.
Way more ancient.
And I'm like, I'm getting the energy from the stone. And it's weird because when I walked up to the pyramid, it's almost as if time froze, because I walked up. You're not supposed to go close to the pyramid at Saqqara. But I walked up, jumped the line, went over there, put my hand on it, and the security guard came running, and Cherie was like, stop. And the security guard just froze.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, while I was downloading the information. And it was showing me freaking dinosaurs. And I was thinking to myself, I don't even believe in dinosaurs. I tend to go with Jeranism on this line of thinking that dinosaurs are just completely made up and all this shit. And I'm like, why are you showing me freaking dinosaurs? This is insane. And I remember saying on the live stream, why am I seeing dinosaurs? I don't understand. I don't even believe in freaking dinosaurs. And here I am, you know, downloading information about dinosaurs and these beings that have these elephant trunks. Come to find out, it was either a week before or a week after, they published an article that they had found the largest dinosaur skeleton right there at Saqqara.
Mm-hmm. And this was after we're there touching the stones and going, wait a second, there's dinosaurs.
One of our listeners sent it to us while we were doing the live stream, and we saw it a couple of days later, and we're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Here's freaking dinosaurs in Saqqara that they just discovered.
Right. No te dire mi nombre said, stop drinking ayahuasca. You don't understand what it is. It's a little late for that. Little late. Horse is out of the barn.
I love how people that have never done anything are the experts
so
on everything.
They're so cute.
You're opening up yourself to demons. It's like, psh, bitch, I control the fucking demons.
All right. Rad Bry said, what have you guys learned in your recent Aya sessions? I think we've already kind of covered that. You know, what the body's asking for is what the physical avatar needs right now. Give it what it needs. If it needs to rest, let it rest. If it needs to go out and create, let it create. And what's good for one person may not be good for another, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've kind of already covered that. Heart of the Rebel. Do you have anything you want to add to that? Anything you've learned in your recent ayahuasca sessions?
No, the last one was just, it's my own bullshit. Yeah. I hate those
We all
trips.
have it.
I fucking hate those trips, man. You drink and you're like, all right, I want to go to the other freaking dimension. It's like, no, hold on. Okay. You got a lot of shit to deal with. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with my shit right now.
But I don't want to.
I don't want to. I'm like, no. You need to fast. You need to cleanse. You need to do this. You need to do that. All right, get your fucking shit together. Go talk to people. People want to talk to you. They've been writing you. They've been doing this. They've been doing that. People want shows. People want this and that. You got to help people and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, that was my last ayahuasca experience.
I'm sorry.
But there's plenty more. So
of course, you know, it's
sometimes you got to take a couple steps back and you got to clear out all your shit because shit starts building up on you. And, you know, when shit builds up, you got to deal with the shit.
Spirituality is a lot like laundry. It's never really done.
Yeah.
You know, Heart of the Rebel. I'm trying to be a lot nicer to the NPCs. Many of them are low IQ.
They are.
Many of them are.
Think of them like children.
Yeah.
You know, they have a certain capacity, and people that have a certain capacity are going to act in that certain capacity. And so treating them as if they have more capacity. And this also goes for the journey that people are on. When you see somebody that's still way back in the journey, and I'm telling myself this because I'm the most guilty of this than anybody else, we tend to become critical of those who are on the path previous to us. And it's not good because the whole journey is very important. You know, one of our listeners left a comment and she's like, I've been with you through every part of the journey and this and that. And, somebody wrote me and he put it on Facebook and he posted the album Global Resistance. And he's like, man, you know, Chris Chio's album Global Resistance, it's so inspiring and this and that. And I'm thinking in my mind, like, I'm way beyond that type of stuff. And then he left, and I just said, you know, hey, cheers, bro. I really appreciate I really appreciate the love. And he wrote back and he said, dude, you don't understand. He's like, you know, what you contributed to the truth movement was so huge and so inspirational. And I know you're way, way, way beyond that, but your contribution was so huge to the truth movement. And I was like, oh, shit. Now I got to take a big step back. I got to analyze what I've been doing. And it's like through his love, through his kindness, through his good words, he made me realize, shit, I've been way overcritical of the previous stepping stones. I need to really reel that back in with myself.
Yes.
It was really insightful. So we tend to do that. We tend to look at NPCs that don't have the capacity and treat them differently because they just don't have the capacity. I mean, they're just not. They're not capable of it. So we have to treat them the way that they're capable of, and
Right.
not expect them to be more than they are.
Right. Exactly. I mean,
We can try to raise them up, but
yeah.
don't put your emotions into it to where you're frustrated, upset, and all this if
Mhm.
they're not raising up. Always try to prop somebody up, but at the same time, don't be frustrated, disappointed, and all that if they won't, because that's the capacity that they're at.
Don't expect miracles because they don't happen with NPCs the way they do with the organic consciousness. Miracles can happen every single day when it comes to organic consciousness. You can literally change anything you want about your reality if you're organic consciousness, but if you're an NPC, you're kind of bound to the program that you're installed with. JC Cat 67 said, "Beyond for me, the first steps of removing the bad programming is just noticing that my thoughts aren't necessarily me or even mine. If I don't notice this, I sometimes react strangely." I can attest to that. I know that there are times when sometimes I'll do something or say something to Chris that's just totally like mean or out of my character or something I totally wouldn't say unless I was angry and upset. And even if I'm angry and upset, if I don't have that filter on, then I have to ask myself, why didn't I have that filter that made me think twice before saying something hurtful like that? And so, yes, I do think that we have to question whether our thoughts are programming playing itself out or if there are actual thoughts. What do you think? Oh, he's looks like he's looking for something.
I am, because it has become clear that
We're about
Elemental Arts in the chat room says, "Thank you very much. My husband has been encouraging me to meditate, and I've been putting it off. I would like to start and was curious if there was more to it than just relaxing." So I think this is a great time to do something that we've never done here before. We're all going to sit back and we're going to meditate for the next 4 or 5 minutes and just focus on the energy. Oh, I have an even better idea here. If you can pick it up for just a moment, I have an even better idea.
okay.
So we're going to get you started right now on the meditation.
So, yes, Dark Star. Organic consciousness is a soul caught up in the simulation. In the Matrix, NPC is pure simulation, did not come from outside the Matrix. They are pure code. This physical manifestation, this avatar that I'm in right now, this, all of this is code. And
Sexy code.
so we have to treat it as
Programmer
if it's
was really good with that one.
well, they knew what they were doing with you too.
I don't know. They made my
Oh.
belly too big.
Well, they made parts of me too small, like my butt. So
Well, I know what it is, like on a deep down, higher consciousness level. I know that if I had like the perfect body and all that, I would be probably egotistical. And so the Matrix was like, all right, well, my higher self was like, all right, look, we're going to make some adjustments here so your ego doesn't get freaking out of control. And plus, when I talk, I want people to be attracted to what I'm saying. Even though the belly does have to come off, for sure. Hold on, I've got something good here if I can find it. Can you pick it up, Mrs. Gio?
yes, I'm starting to hurt after sitting in this chair for
let's
too long.
do, maybe another 15 minutes and that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So one thing that D Swigger, yeah, it's a great name, by the way. D Swigger, yeah, brought up was even Mercury retrogrades have a purpose. And yes, absolutely. All of these retrogrades, all the transits that you go through in your life, and which are different for everybody. Some of them are the same, like retrogrades we all feel. And when when planets are in certain signs, we feel the signs. But house placements, transits, all of that is very personalized, and it's all done for a reason. Your midlife crisis is actually what's called a Saturn return, and it happens, it can happen in your late 50s, but more and more we're seeing it happening to people as early as 36 years old, where you go through this like midlife crisis, and that's absolutely necessary to make sure that you're still on the right track for your life. And so, yes, even these retrogrades have a very important purpose, and that's to reset things on, if it's Mercury, Venus, or Mars, then it's resetting on a personal level for each of us. And then if it's Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, those are called the outer planets. So it's more of it's a societal reset, a societal change. So
okay,
that's
so
what it's for.
I have found it. So what we're going to do right now is do a Sekhmet meditation for the next few minutes. And this is when we were at the Temple of Karnak, and they literally handed the keys to Cherie, like in the previous part of the video, or in the previous live stream before this one. You see her unlocking the door. I'm like, wow, this is freaking incredible. And meditation is forbidden in Egypt. It goes against Islamic law. But we meditated for like, I don't know what it was, 15 minutes or something like that, in the Temple of Sekhmet in Karnak, in front of one of the original Sekhmet statues. And we live streamed it. So let's get your meditation kick-started here. Now, when it comes to meditation, you asked, you're not sure what you're supposed to do, if you're supposed to relax, if you're supposed to do any of that. For me, the point of meditation is to get to the point of nothingness. It's the center. So as you're closing your eyes, as you're relaxing, you're going to experience intrusive thoughts. You're going to experience worries. You're going to experience the things that are floating around in the brain. The goal is to silence those, create a barrier around your sphere within your mind that blocks all of this. Use Sekhmet to create the firewall around you. As those thoughts are coming in, they're being expelled before they come into the center sphere. The more you focus on this, the more you'll find that those thoughts become more and more and more distant until you get to that place of center. When you're in that place of center and it's complete silence, that's the place that you want to be. What happens after that is your own journey. But let me put this on the screen here. And let's do this. You know, it's kind of hard to find a stopping point because for the first few minutes I didn't feel it, but all of a sudden it just hit. The energy, the presence of everybody joined together. This is why we live streamed everything in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody listening now can understand how vital it was to have this energy with us on the journey. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for all of your energy. And I think all of you just felt exactly what we were feeling the entire time. The connection with the BTV family. And that's what it's all about.
Definitely.
So that it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's just focusing, finding that center, and allowing that center to speak to you, and removing all those negative thoughts, all of that. We may have to do that more regularly.
Yeah.
You know, we've never really taken the time to meditate with everybody, but we may have to make it a regular part of the show. As long as I can find some music that's not going to
Maybe
give
the
freaking
last-
copyright strikes.
Maybe the last 10 minutes of the show.
The last 10 minutes, that sounds good.
Yeah. And then that really brings it to a good stopping point, because we've uncovered so much today, so much tonight on the show, that it's going to take me weeks just to process everything that we got tonight. Because a lot of what I've said on the show tonight, I didn't even realize until I said it. You know, so it's not like I've been thinking of these revelations, just they're pouring in.
That's what happens when the connection is made.
Yeah. So
We need to all be connected,
yeah.
but at the same time, we need to understand that we're individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Individuality is so important in this.
Yeah.
And everybody says it's all about connection. Yes, connection is important, but being a strong individual is most important, because you get one weak link in the chain, and that compromises the whole chain. So it's important when we're connected to also come as a strong individual. I think that's the gap that needs to be bridged in my particular message.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there was a time when I'm like, nope, I'm an individual, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. But no, that the connection is very,
It
very,
is
very
important.
powerful. It's very important.
Yeah.
But every link needs to be strong.
Strong.
Yes.
Right. And when we're telling other people what,
And every link is strong. That's what I felt. I felt every link.
yeah,
Every link with strength.
solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when we're telling other people that what they're doing is wrong and they should be doing it our way, we're actually weakening the chains.
Mhm.
We're weakening those links because we're not right. That's what's good for us. That isn't necessarily what's good for them.
Well
And
said.
yeah, love each other, support each other, you know, be tolerant of each other, because we're each on our individual journey. And
Well said.
the journey is amazing, but exhausting.
We just hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
Mrs. Geo. You know, we talked about this previously, but she has a connective tissue disorder, and she experiences a lot of pain,
Mm-hmm.
a tremendous amount of pain. She wakes up in the morning, her shoulder's out of place, or her toes out of place, or something like that, and I'm
Yep.
constantly popping her back into place. Despite all of that, and here, I'm going to put this up on the screen too, here, so people can see.
Aw.
That's us at the Temple of Osiris in Karnak. And again, they opened up those doors, allowed us to go into
Uh-huh.
the temple that was closed.
Usually
And we-
people don't get to go back there.
And this was a initiation that the priests used to do. And we went through this process here. But, you know, you were in so much pain. You were struggling with a lot of things. And I was worried about you because look how skinny you were at the time. I look like a
Aw.
freaking blimp. Like, I'm like,
no.
I don't know. I was looking at myself earlier, going, "Oh my god," you know. But anyways, that's not the point here. The point is, you look very, very skinny. I was very, very worried about you. Despite all of that, despite the weakened body, despite the EDS, despite the pain, you still trekked through Egypt. You still went to all of the temples. You still drank at every temple. And even on the night of the pyramid, she drank some, we've never said this before. We've never told
Yeah, we
anybody this
never
before.
brought this out, but
They gave her some hibiscus tea earlier in the day. And she's allergic to sulfates?
yeah.
To sulfates. The hibiscus tea had sulfates in it. So not only did we go to the pyramid, weakened and all of that, but we went with her with an allergic reaction to the sulfates.
Like my lips swelled up, my throat swelled up, everything was all swollen.
About
Yeah.
4 hours before blast off, we finally found a pharmacy that would inject her with what she needed. Everybody was saying go to the hospital. This was the AI's last fucking move.
ditch effort.
We finally found, after stopping at like 6 different pharmacies, we finally found a pharmacy that would inject her. They injected her with what she needed. We went to the pyramid. As soon as we got to the pyramid, ISIS was there waiting for us. And a fire was lit. Boom. All of that was overcome. The body didn't matter.
Yep.
We were trekking down to the subterranean chamber, which is a long fucking trek downwards. We trekked back up to the Queen's Chamber, which is another trek all the way the fuck back up. And then we trekked all the way to the King's Chamber and did what we needed to do. Despite the pain, despite the obstacles, despite literally the AI throwing literally everything at us. If you can do something like that, I think people watching can do much more.
Yep. I think that's true, and it really it's a matter of mind over matter and perspective and seeing the goal as being more important than the physical reality that you're in.
Her lips, if you look real closely at some of the video we'll release of the Great Pyramid.
The Great
Her
Pyramid.
lips.
My lips were still swollen.
Yeah.
And it was the hardest part about it was going through it. The ayahuasca was the easy part. In fact, the hardest physical part of all of it was focusing on everything that we needed for ceremony, focusing on videotaping everything correctly, which, I didn't do that great of a job with.
It's okay.
But
we'll fix it in post.
Yeah, it
makes it, oh my God, it makes it so much more difficult. Though.
Yeah, it does. And I'm sorry about
okay.
that. But thank you for recognizing that. But I think it goes to show that when you're acting from higher consciousness and when you really become the raw consciousness, everything else gets pushed to the side. And it has to be in order to achieve great things. So I know you guys will achieve great things too.
I'm looking for one more clip to play before we let you go. And we haven't released this video yet. I keep meaning to do it. I'm like, I'm going to do it in a week. But then we wind up not doing it just because I want to wait for the right timing to release this video. But there's this one clip in this video that I want to show you. This is from inside of the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid, which again is closed off to the public. There is no video out there of the subterranean chamber. This is the best video that anybody that I've shown it to has ever seen, Christopher Everard, etc., etc. But I just want you to see Cherie. And you can see, if you look really close, you can see that her lip is actually a little bit puffed up from the
allergic reaction.
We thought we were going to have to cancel the whole thing.
Crystals.
They're all crystals.
They're all crystals.
They're all crystals. It's information.
Oh, I need to tell them about Sekhmet.
Hold on, I want to get to the part where you're talking. It's here somewhere. It's me climbing through an unknown tunnel like a freaking madman.
So what's interesting was, 4 hours before we were supposed to do it.
Oh, I wish I would have
And
gotten
I
a
was
little
having-
closer to your face.
Oh, I was having this reaction.
There you go.
and,
Yeah, you can see your lips are
Oh,
puffy now.
it was-
Anyways, we'll get that footage out to everybody.
So what was interesting about that though was we were at the pharmacy and I had just gotten the shot and we were outside waiting for it to kick in because we weren't sure, if it kicks in, then great, then we can go do this. And if it doesn't, then I have to go to a hospital and that's a whole nother thing. And we even asked, hey, can we reschedule? And he said, no, our contact said, no, absolutely not. We cannot reschedule. This is a one-time deal.
yeah,
We don't do it now. It's not going to be done.
right.
And so and Chris looked at me and he's like, do you think you can tough it out? And I was like, I don't know. And then I felt something rub against my leg and I looked down and there's this little stray kitty
Oh, I remember
rubbing
that.
up against my leg. And I bent down to pet her and it was almost like Bastet, the spirit of Bastet, which is the kitty cat. She told me, don't worry, everything's going to be taken care of. We're not going to let anything bad happen to you. You need to do this though. You can do this. And it was just like this little reminder that I wasn't alone. And, even with Chris, we weren't alone in this, that the entire Egyptian pantheon was behind us and they were going to be there for us to protect us in this thing. And so no physical problem whatsoever was going to keep us from doing what we went to do. And so, yeah, it was amazing. It really was.
It is. Neil's in the house. What's up, Neil? Sorry you missed the show. We're 4 hours into it and about to wrap it up. my
Yeah.
brother. I am sorry about that. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. It's always a pleasure. And we will hang out again next weekend.
Mhm.
Probably do some live shows and impromptu shows because that's just how we roll. I'll try to get some more BTV quickies out there, try to answer some more questions and things like that. And guys and gals, please keep sending the questions because it keeps the show going and it keeps the show interesting. It really does. You guys are the best guests. That's the way I see it. We can have some people on here talking shit and saying, oh yeah, this and that and blah, 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 blah. But really, you guys and gals are the best guests.
Yes,
And
you are.
Fedion is in the house too.
Oh, Fedion.
It's funny the dynamic that we have here because we had somebody bitching in the thing and they're like, oh, the lights you were using sucks. It looks like it's from the dollar store. And I'm like, well, you should have chipped into the GoFundMe, dude. And, gotten us some freaking lights. I mean, we can't carry the whole thing. Fedion on the other hand, though, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, bro. I don't want to embarrass you or anything, but he said, you know what? When we had the GoFundMe, he said, I have some dental stuff to do, but what you're doing in Egypt is more important, and I'm making a donation to your GoFundMe. Not only once, but twice. When we realized that we needed more funds while we were there, and we put a call out, a lot of people jumped to the front. Fedion was one of them that did. And when somebody gives selflessly like that to a cause, it's like, wow, a $20 donation from somebody that's having teeth problems is way more than a $2,000 donation from a millionaire.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the energy behind everything. So, like I said, everybody came together to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's not just Chris and Cherie. It
was everybody.
Everybody came together to make it happen.
Especially those who, purchased the Eye of Life and helped us in that way too, because they all had crystals that we're also connecting them to us. And that Crystal Network in particular was really, really
Yeah.
helpful.
Yep.
So,
ayalife.com, ayalife.com, that supports BTV now.
Mhm.
So, yes, but we're not asking for support. Everything's
No,
great. Everything's
everything's-
great. You
we're
know, everything
perfect.
is moving smoothly. And
yeah.
as a matter of fact, we're having a hard time keeping up with the demand for the Aya Life. So
yes,
we need to,
weird.
I need to shift my focus on that. You know, one of the downfalls is that I'm not a businessman.
Yeah.
We have all these people putting out all these awesome testimonials on
Uh-huh.
Facebook, and a business-minded man would have been,
take advantage of that.
Yeah, would have said, okay, well, I'm logging this one and this one and this one and this one. I'm putting it on the website, and I'm
I
like,
can do that for you.
yeah, well, we need to, but
Yeah.
my mind doesn't work like that. My mind is just like, oh, that is
oh,
so
that's great.
awesome.
It works for you.
Maybe I need to apply the DMT standard to Aya Life as well, not to give in to the astonishment
Right.
of the testimonials. So
Right.
kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. And thank you again for sticking with us. And, oh, I forgot the person's name. Who was it that we were helping meditate? I'm going through the chat log. I don't see it. It started with an E, though. I remember that. Element Arts.
Elemental Arts.
Elemental Arts.
Elemental Arts. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we hope that this has kickstarted your meditation. And thank you for connecting with us. Love ya. And
Love you
we'll see you
guys.
even further.
Beyond,
Beyond
the
the
veil.
Veil.
See-